Hello, everybody, and welcome to TCH Live, a Monday edition of 510 No Limit Texas Hold'em. I'm your host, Aaron McAvoy, as always here on the Monday show, and joining me tonight is Miss Carolyn. She's back here in the broom closet with me tonight. How you doing?
I'm awesome. How are you?
Excellent, doing very well, and about to get things started here. Right off the bat, no bomb pot, as we're jumping right into the TCH Live no limit variety of this game. As looks like we got the $25 straddle on as well. There for Chase, we got King Kaya up in the mix. We got Bones, we got Colby, Matt. Just taking a look around the table here, see who all is in here. We got Chaz over there in the 10 seat.
Caitlin.
We've got Caitlin and Keenan. He looks like Keenan's maybe a new face here.
He's played on this a few times before, but I think it's been a while.
Ah, very good. All right. And of course, Chase, I think I already mentioned. So looks to be going heads up here. Chaz going to open the action out of the cutoff. Keenan defending the small blind, 10-7 of hearts. A couple of hearts out there for Keenan. Big Daddy Chaz, 2 overs, backdoor straight and flush draws. Pretty good spot to continue for Chaz, and let's see how Keenan plays this one. Right off the bat, we'll get an idea about how Keenan likes to play, as this is sort of a bad hand to go for the check call. You can. I mean, it obviously can improve with some turn cards, and that is one of them.
Yeah, that's a beautiful turn card.
Yeah, so now he's going to have to play this as sort of a delayed check raise, though, and if Chaz checks back, which he does, now it's going to be up to him to pick the right size here, as he is going to be just playing 10 high and a bluff. So it's a little bit tricky to play these. Chaz, of course, has a hand that I think is just going to be a pretty trivial fold, no matter what Keenan comes out with. 250, yeah, just about 2/3, a little under. And Chaz will snap fold. But would have been curious to see if Chaz had something like a middling pair there, you know? Right? Because now that size is kind of like, there's a lot of weird stuff here that, you know, missed. And for one bet, you can make that call, but didn't really have to face that situation. All right, taking a look here in the chat, we got a bunch of familiar faces. What's going on, everybody?
Hello.
Captain
Hello to
Underpairs,
everyone who has
Ragnar.
said hello already.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of you. Glad to be back. Jedi Master Ted saying I'm the voice of sanity and reason. Okay, whatever you say, Ted.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
I'll take it. I mean, I think that's the only time anyone's ever going to say that about me, so let's go.
I don't know. I mean, I bet someone's at least considered saying that about you before.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. All right. Is the 25 on? Is that a mandatory? No? All right. It looks to be $25 straddle. We'll keep an eye on that to make sure that everyone is falling in line. Matt here will fall into a $75 raise from +2. And King Kaya waking up with Cowboys.
King Kaya. KK King Kaya.
Bones will quickly release the ace-10 suited here. And, yeah, facing this configuration, this is an early position open and a 3-bet from the blind. Ace-10 of diamonds you could play as a cold 4. It's actually a pretty good hand to mix in if you're going to have any bluffs that aren't just ace-king. But it does just let that one go. We get a king-high flop here. No good for Matt and real good for King Kaya.
Yeah.
Matt with just a couple of backdoors and 2 unders to the top card on the board. This is kind of a weird spot to continue, but he does feel the need to defend. Small bet here from Kaya, 120 and a call off to the turn. Let's see if Matt picks up some equity. Something spicy like a 9 of spades would be action. We have gone to a turn, and it looks like Kaya may have checked it over to Matt, inducing this bet of 420.
Yeah.
420, a nice 2/3 sizing here. Of course, Kaya not going anywhere regardless of what this card is. We are just waiting on a little bit of delay here.
Kaya putting a stack of black chips out there. Not sure what is going on here. We don't know what's up. card is. We don't know what the bet was. 3 of spades.
Mm.
So Matt did pick up some equity. Still not. I mean, he's just got the flush draw and jack high at this point. And facing a massive raise, he just lets it go. So
Yeah. Yeah.
we're in the midst of getting the action caught up, but we will move on to the next hand momentarily.
Yeah, and this is one of those sort of tricky spots. Oh, Kai's going to turn over the kings there, too, and sort of inform Matt that he was in a real bad way, but did have some equity. But it's sort of the tricky spot there where your hand is not quite good enough to just check back and take a free river, even though that's the only way to, like, fully realize your equity. You do realize that you can bet, get raised, and have to fold that hand, right?
Yeah.
And that is unfortunate because you always want to realize your equity with, you know, flush draws, things that'll make like the effective nuts. But in that instance, I think it's perfectly fine to go for the stab and the release. If you had something like the ace high spades, it would be just an absolute travesty to bet, get raised, and then fold.
Right.
So there,
That's
I think
what I was thinking. Was like, I don't know. For me, I almost always am just gonna check it back if I have a good flush draw there.
Yeah, the ace high for
sure. See the free river. Hope to get there, and then.
And
you know, make a
sometimes your ace high is
decision
just going to be good.
Yeah.
Anyways, we'll put that one in the rear view. On to the next one. Matt back in the streets, raising to 75. Keenan here playing out of the cutoff as a call here. And King Kaya taking a page out of the old J-Stack, the J-Stack
He's got a
cookbook.
pair, so I mean, that seems pretty good.
That's right.
From
Colby,
what we can tell.
Colby in the mix as well out of the straddle, and we're going to check all the way through to another 6.
Oh, there you go.
That's why he plays 6-3 offsuit.
Yep.
King Kaya will continue playing tricky trappy. And Colby now going to rep something. I mean, Colby is out of the straddle, so he can bet with pretty much everything. I think this is wise.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is not a bet of $14. That is a bet of something substantially larger than that.
140. Just missed the 0 on there.
And now King Kaya with the trips no kicker, no redraw, is likely to come in with a check raise here.
I stopped at what did I stop at?
And I say that and he just calls, hoping that Colby will continue firing.
Yeah, I think the check raise there makes a lot of sense. He's playing this out of position, so who knows what Colby has. He might have a flush draw and have just gotten there, and then.
And now he's going to block bet. Yeah, this is sort of the odd thing. And once again, we do have an error there in the action tracking. That was a bet of 140 and a call, so this pot is substantially larger than what we see there on board. Is this going to be a block bet of 225, though?
Yeah, it's about a, what, $800 pot?
Add another 200 into this, really. 250, so yeah, 800 exactly.
Colby raises.
So maybe Colby did have hearts.
Maybe he has pocket 5. Who knows?
Have you bet it before? Okay.
Maybe he has 5-6. 6 dudes.
Yeah, very curious. Don't have his hand scanned in here, but I think King Kaya, having played it this way, is just going to have to call. 3 of hearts, while it does block some heart combos, like ace 3 of hearts, it really doesn't block that much as Colby is playing out of the straddle.
I mean, he has the straight flush blocker.
There you go. That's why you should rip it. No, this is just a spot where you're going to have to call and lose a lot of the time and win some of the time. But Colby maybe does this with the naked ace of hearts every once in a while if he's got some big cojones. And the rest of the time, he probably just has it. There's no other like bluffing card here that's very good. 10-5 would be like sort of a natural bluffing candidate, but I'm not sure that Colby or most players are really looking for that combination to bluff.
And he just lets it go. I actually think that it's a good fold. I don't know what Colby has, but I think in this particular instance, you can actually let it go. Like, I mean, you can call and be wrong, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. But I don't hate the fold.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think that Colby most of the time is just going to have mostly the nut flush. I don't think Well, it's certainly possible that it could be full house, five's full.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean-
but five's full is pretty much the only other hand. 6-5.
6-5 or 5-12.
Yeah, but it's also kind of
I
tricky
mean,
to
the
think.
flop checked, right? Yeah, checked around on the flop.
Yeah. And Colby did have a natural check as well because
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
pre-flop aggressor was Matt.
So, I mean, I think Colby has, there's so many hands he has there that
Yeah.
beat Kaya. And, I mean, there's a straight out there, too. Colby's from the straddle. He could be, defending with 3-4. He flops open-ended, gets her on the river. So
Yeah, but you're not
I don't
raising
think
a
he's
straight.
raising, but
yeah.
yeah, exactly.
No, that was a full house or a nut flush, I think, for the raise, and really tough to actually consider bluffing in that spot. I think it's a super under bluff spot. So yeah, good fold from Kaya, I think. Anyways, we're on to the next hand. We're going 4 ways to
Or
a flop.
great bluff from Colby. One of those happened.
Indeed.
We don't know.
All right, 9-4 tray, rainbow flop. Big Daddy Chaz here with the betting lead. Is going to come out with a bet of 150 with a gut shot, backdoor heart draw. And that's just going to get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, nobody has any reason to continue, really.
Yeah, not really.
Might have had it, dude.
All right, on to the next one. All right, taking a look back here in the chat as we are up to 240 of you fine folks hanging out with us here this evening.
Hey, just want to remind everybody about the final appeal up in Dallas. It's going to be the 22nd of March. That's next Tuesday,
Yeah, a week from tomorrow.
10:30 a.m. All the information is at savedallaspoker.com. If you happen to find yourself in the Dallas area or anywhere within reasonable distance of there, and you want to come out and support Texas poker in general, and let the city of Dallas know how much it is, and it's good for the community as opposed to what some people have claimed.
Yeah, come on down, share your support, hang out with fellow poker players, and just, yeah, do your part to help us maintain the game of poker here. Not just in Dallas, this is just one of the battlegrounds for the entire state, as we actually just saw.
Whatever they decide to do in Dallas could have ramifications for the whole state, without a doubt. So,
Absolutely.
So it's very important that we take a stand there.
Yeah, this is absolutely true, and there have been a number of other rooms that have faced some legal issues here as of late, one just in the last week. So, yeah, this is something that has much larger ramifications, not just for the local card rooms and each individual sort of municipality and county, but for the greater state as a whole. So, all right, we are going to go heads up to a turn, and bingo bango, 6-7 makes the nut straight here on the turn. Big Daddy Chaz sitting with a monster. Of course, Chase here, after betting the flop, getting called, and has king high, is not going to put any more chips in this pot. Presume this is just going to be a check to Chaz, who will go for value. Sorry, Chaz is going to be playing this one out of position, so Chaz will have to go for value and chase, unless he is super sticky with the old king high.
Or very daring with a, yeah, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, that's not in Chase's MO very often.
Oh, we've seen it, though.
Not in this configuration.
No. But I don't ever want to doubt anybody playing on this stream and their ability to try and mix moves, because that's why they're here.
Always good to
Yeah.
sit on my left, dude. I fucking love it.
Doug Buys here in the chat. Hey, what's up, buddy? And Ragnar Overby here asking, wasn't the room that got shut down charging a rake? So I actually don't know the details of what happened there. It's entirely possible that that is part of the issue, or that there's information that I don't have that was not in the article that I read, or the couple of articles that I read. But pretty much no matter how you shake it out, there are individuals within state and local government that do consider the above ground, out in the open, registered, licensed, permitted card rooms as an issue, as a problem. And there are other folks that see it as a real benefit, and we just need to be vocal about
And
our support.
I mean, to be clear, the state has had every opportunity to make an official opinion on it, and have chosen not to in terms of what is and is not allowed, because the law doesn't specify, the word rake.
Yeah.
in terms of what's allowed and what's not allowed. So they have kind of just said, "Oh, I'm going to let you guys do your thing and then kind of see where this goes."
Yeah.
And then all these things happen, COVID and blah, blah, blah. So, I think that may have gotten in the way of them ever making a decision on what's really going to happen with these poker rooms.
Sure.
So I don't know what the room that got shut down is doing or was doing, but we know what Texas Card House is doing, and they've never charged or they've never taken money out of a pot
No.
to keep the lights on. That's not how it works.
No, it is 100% hourly rate. You're a member, you pay for a seat, and
It's
as
the
far
most above board poker room operating in a state where there are no laws related to poker.
Yeah.
They're very transparent about everything that they do, and they've been trying since day one to do things the right way. So
absolutely right.
They deserve all the support that they can get from everybody out there.
Yeah. And shout out to all of the other card rooms here in the state of Texas as well. We're all in this together, and obviously
Yeah,
we hope that Texas Card House is the premier flagship card room that y'all choose to come and play at. But to everyone here in the state of Texas, we do want them to have access above board, above ground to come and play the great game of poker that we all love. So anyways, let's take a look at this one as we are looking at a 4-way flop here. $80 straddle here from Mr. Chase. And we've got some limping going on. So
Yeah,
four
King Kaya with
players
the Gordon nuts. King 5 suited.
here. Good flop for that hand, as does make the toppest of pairs and a backdoor club draw. Is going to come out firing for an overbet of 400 here, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he's just going to get 3 folds.
Oh, 210. Those were red chips under there. Okay.
Never mind. Chase is not giving up yet. He's got a deuce, so let's go. Oh, and a queen on the turn.
Yeah, that is a pretty spicy turn here for our friend Chase, as he is going to make second and bottom pair, just 2 pair. I don't know. Not the ranking, not necessarily important at this point. Is going to come out leading now for 450, so just a shade over half pot. Kaya, of course, can't be folding his hand just yet, although things have started to feel a little bit weird for him.
Yeah, the donk lead on the turn is interesting to see, to say the least. I think Chase is probably trying to protect against exactly what happened there, which is the flush draw got there.
Quick check.
But check. Yeah, that's why I think he donked bad, is because he didn't want the flush draw to continue. So when the flush draw when Kaya continues and the flush gets there, he's not feeling great about it.
Yeah, that may actually be spot on with what Chase was thinking. From more of a balanced game theory standpoint, one would suspect that if you were, well, I don't know. It's kind of tricky to go after there, as the bet of 450. Like, imagine Kaya having just naked diamonds. Like, is he gonna call 450 there? Maybe with ace high diamonds, maybe with some sort of gut shot or whatever, right? A combo draw.
Yeah, but he could also have
tough.
king high diamonds. Is that a king of diamonds on the board? It was a king of diamonds? I don't remember. Or a pair and diamond draw.
Sure,
I mean,
sure.
there's a lot of possibilities of hands that he would, in fact, continue with. We know King Kaya plays for lots of money all the time, so maybe he just is calling any flush draw for $400.
Certainly could be the case. King
I
Kaya
don't know
here.
that it's a great call, but whatever,
Yeah. King Kaya here, 6 tray offsuit, and he really just loves this hand. I wonder if he is playing this hand because J-Stack plays this hand, or if J-Stack plays 6-3 because of Kaya. I wonder. Chicken or the egg sort of situation here, but anyways.
We'll have to ask Kaya if he is even aware. Because this is an under-the-gun raise.
Yeah, no, 6-3 offsuit is a thing. It is clearly a thing. They both play at the same room, him and J-Stack. So,
oh, they do? I didn't realize.
Yeah, no. 100%. It's just a chicken or the egg thing as to who is what. All right, we got an ace-high board here. Bone's going to flop second pair and a gut shot to Broadway. Yeah, backdoor royal's pretty good. This is a 3-bet pot and King Kaya calling. That's a pretty good turn. King Kaya has completely shut this down. He is giving it up, and a small little bet here from Bones is enough to drag the pot.
Well, it didn't work out well for him the last time he played 6-3. he thought it was working out fantastically. And then Colby check raised him, or raised him on the river, and he folded his trip sixes.
Yeah.
So maybe he is not feeling the 6-3 love today.
Well, he felt it well enough to open it and call a 3-bet, so I think he's still feeling it. He just didn't. He's 0 for 2, but he's going to be looking for one out of 3.
One big one.
Yeah, no, he's ready.
He
I'm
just
sure he's
needs
ready.
one, 4K pot.
He was sure he was getting it on the last one, dude. Flop a 6, turn a 6. Like, how do you know? How do you not win that hand? But
And then making what we all, Aaron and I agree, was probably a very good, very disciplined fold.
yeah. All right, hand number 9 as folds to Colby here. Oh, he's just +1. Sorry, I thought we had a few more folds, but no, we're just taking our time, moving along. Sparks has entered the building and sat down at the table.
That's just not fair.
You have been called out by Mr. Pratt. You must face him in a contest of random numbers.
All right.
Speaking of which, we have not gambled enough.
Yeah,
I
no.
have no idea how many points I have.
Yeah, we will commence the gambling here momentarily, but we'll finish this hand as King Kaya does defend from the 3rd blind. Is going to be playing out of position with the slightly better hand. However, Sparks with the betting lead
And
out of the
hearts
cutoff.
on that flop. Yeah.
Checky.
Interesting. 6. Now Sparks has a pair.
Yeah, to me, when I saw
Yeah,
that,
Sparks improved. King Kaya, though, going to come out betting 165 in the middle.
This is, I was
Looks to be
literally asking
somewhere
the class as well.
north of 100. I do think I saw a black chip in there, so this is
bet
bet a 115, 2/3 sizing here, and
and
Sparks with just bottom pair is going to make the call. And this is a draw-heavy board, so definitely a spot where you can peel one off. However, you are going to have to fold to a lot of river aggression. However, this is the no, not the brickiest of bricks. You
No,
have the
hard
ace of hearts,
gets there, but you have the nut blocker.
what's the occasion?
Yeah.
oh, Kaya is checking, and Sparks will definitely take his showdown here.
Pair 6.
All right, the gamble train shall begin, and I'm going to start us off because that's how I do. So me, Pratt, Carolyn, and I'll play you both for 20 bucks.
All right.
Big money, big money. 63, I'll take it.
Let's see.
All right, Pratt is locked and loaded. Oh, Jedi Master Ted snuck in there and took Carolyn's roll.
Like an opening ceremony shot,
Waiting to see what happens with.
Ah, Pratt edged me out by 5, so I owe that man 20. Put that in.
I gotta see what Ted gambled, just so I know I can come to terms with the fact that I'm gonna have to give you $20.
He didn't get anything actually. Oh, now Sam is snuck in there, so you better just.
Well, there I'm just gonna go.
Yeah, you better just go. As we are into the next hand here, Chase and Big Daddy Chaz, the aggressors so far. Nope, sorry,
No,
Chase is out of the way.
Yeah.
King Kaya, though, will find his way to a flop if we have no further aggression. $50 straddle was on. 89, I owe you both 20 bucks. Well, that's just the worst when you roll 63.
I mean, no, the worst would be you rolling like a 6 and also losing points. So.
Listen, Linda. All right, ace-high board here. The only ace pre-flop that I recall
Colby's got
has
a
been
pair
folded.
and a backdoor spade draw. Chaz has a gutter and a backdoor diamond draw. And King Kaya sitting on 4 high. And there's a 5. He's got a gutter to a wheel now.
Yeah, some real opportunities here.
Yeah.
Kaya is
Colby's
still
gonna-
checking, though,
Yeah,
and
that
when
it.
that checks through on the flop, I would love to see him come out with a stab, picking up the gut shot equity. Colby, though, is going to fire with the 3rd pair, and Kaya is going to go for a check call here? He is. I can't say this is a winning strategy in the long run, but he is going to find his way into 4 high on the river and check, so Colby will win.
Yeah, I imagine Colby's feeling pretty good about that 9. after that ace pairs the river. And
It's not strong enough to bet. However, if you really had a read on your opponent having some sort of like turned
I
pair
don't
of
think. I
fives,
definitely
right?
don't think that it's strong enough to bet. I think the check there is almost a little suspect from Kaya.
Oh, yeah.
Like he's trying to induce a bet
he's
from
trapping
Colby,
you.
but
Okay, could be.
so I definitely check it back there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. I also think that the best players will find ways to extract value with things like third pair nut kicker, right? And I'm not saying that, like, Colby's not a good player or he should have, whatever. I'm just saying that you will, at the highest echelons, find people that will know that you can bet. Yeah, of course, 4 highs folding, right? But, like, the turn was a 5. Check through on the flop. Turn's a 5, right? And then your opponent calls. They could have a 5. If you bet small enough, like $55 or something,
you might
right?
get called
you
by
might get
a 5.
called by a 5.
Absolutely.
So
I definitely
that's all
don't
I'm saying.
disagree with that at all. It's just a very.
Let me get over there to my hand.
I mean, I guess especially with the check call on the turn, the ace pairing there shouldn't change much for.
yeah, they didn't lead,
Kaya.
especially they didn't lead the turn.
Right.
Like a 10 is going to feel emboldened to
Yeah,
bet there. So if
for
a 10
sure.
doesn't bet the turn, then they probably don't have a 10. So then your 9 with nut kicker is just like golden.
Yeah, if I'm in
so betting
Colby's
there is
spot
actually
there,
pretty
I'm
good.
hoping that Kaya's gonna bet that, and I can bluff catch it.
Oh, sure.
But
But I
Kaya
also
was
think
not
that
falling
betting
into
is
that
good.
trap. So
All right, Queen 8-8 two-tone here as King Kaya is going to flop trips. Why not?
Yeah, I understand.
3 ways here, all straddle position players. So 160 in the middle looked like it was a $50 straddle and some limping. Another club here, 10 of clubs on the turn, and Kaya now is going to be like, oh wait, this board is starting to look less great for my trips, but I'm going to bet, and everyone's going to fold, and Kaya will win.
All right, shall we? Or
I mean, Matt has a gutter. Could continue.
Sorry, I can see the future, so I just called the action, and it's over. It is funny when I call the future and then I'm wrong. And I'm like, and then everyone's going to fold, blah, blah, blah. And then it's just somebody who's just like calling with their gutter. And I'm like, I don't know anything. Just stop listening to me.
oh yeah.
Now the party started.
We do have a question here in the chat. What is Big Daddy Chaz doing with the Malibu bottle? I think he's going to consume beverage from it.
Well,
That's
it's his,
generally what
that
he does.
is now his.
Avatar.
Yeah, or I was gonna say like that. The bottle itself is his tag team member or something. Like he's gonna tag in the bottle at some point, and they're gonna take over.
Hell yeah. I think he just tags it straight into the bloodstream, and then it does
Yeah,
things
exactly.
for him.
That's
It's a
kinda what I
performance
was getting
enhancer, really. Yeah. King Kaya, 4
He's working
deuce.
really hard for a Malibu sponsorship.
Oh, hell yeah. King Kaya is a believer in the David Pratt nuts, is going to limp the 4 deuce, and then get raised by Bones here, squeezing from the small blind. And Chase has a hand that I know he wants to play, but he will not, and neither will King Kaya, and that'll be the end of that one.
20 times that amount? It's not that much.
Big Chief here says, as a non-poker player, you guys are speaking Spanish. I don't understand gutter nut kicker. Gutter nut kicker. Okay, so a gutter. Well, so he's probably just talking about
A
all
gutter
of these
nut
different.
kicker is when you are really down on your luck and you.
You need a Snickers.
I guess. I don't know. I was gonna say maybe that's how you. You have like an OnlyFans where you go.
Gutter nut kicker. Oh,
Get-
that sounds like
yeah.
an awful thing to put on the internet. But no,
Exactly.
Big Chief here. Let me do my best to educate you and help you get up to speed. A gutter is another word for a gut shot, which is a gut shot straight draw. That means that there is one card in the deck that can come to give you a straight. So let's say that it's like 5, 6, 7, 9. If an 8 comes, then you'll have a straight, right? So that's a gut shot, as in it is like one card that kind of needs to sneak in there. And then a nut kicker or nut anything means that it's the best of something. If you have the nuts, it means you have the best hand. And if you have the nut kicker, I know it's a little bit of a misnomer, but bear
You
with
have
me.
the best kicker to your pair.
You have the best kicker to your pair, or your trips, or whatever. Yeah. So, anyways, I hope that helped if you weren't trolling me. But welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoy.
Anybody who can sit and watch the stream who doesn't play poker, hats off to you for your patience with all of this. I'm not sure what kind of what kind of value you're getting out of this stream if you don't play poker besides unless you're
ASMR
trying
of
to.
our voices.
Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, if that's the case, then yes, you should. Everyone should watch all
Yeah,
the time.
the
Just to listen
hairs
to us.
on the back of his neck are just that attention.
Should we do the rest of this ASMR?
Well, I don't think that's what he tuned in for because we don't always do
He
it.
should let us know.
What was this, Chase?
Or maybe he's trying to learn how to play poker. Maybe he's trying to get more information, and then this could be informative for him. But I do think it's important to understand the jargon. So thank you for explaining those words.
Yeah. No, and if anybody else has any questions, drop them in the chat. If we see them and we feel inclined to do so, we'll try to answer them.
Jason saying ASMR of the chips. I will tell you this. I swear the sounds of chip shuffling when I was pregnant.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Crazy, right?
Yeah. Nice. Caitlin here, going to open her first hand of the evening, if I do recall correctly. 75 to go with Ace Jack from UTG, facing some resistance from the player next to Act. Keenan with Queen Jack offsuit. Colby with a couple of black sailboats, and Sparks will close the action out of the third blind. And we will go 4 ways to a flop.
This is the best fishing trip I've ever had.
Yeah?
10-5. Not a fan of that hand.
We did what's called the Grand Slam
think
and caught
Many people are.
everything
but-
that you can catch offshore.
It's pretty bad. It is pretty bad. But of all of the disconnected garbage cards, it's one of the more playable ones just because you're going to have some opportunities on most flops. They may not be good opportunities, but you are going to have something to draw for,
Well, you
which
have
could actually be
two
worse for
different
you.
straight draws, always.
Not always, but most of the time.
But you can't make it straight without a 10 or a 5.
I mean, that much is true, but
It's the
yeah, there
dumbest
are.
logic to playing that hand ever, but yes.
Yeah, but there are flops where like 10-5 is still not drawing to a straight. In any case, but bingo 5 on the turn.
That's
Why not just make the best hand if you
He
were still in
folded,
there?
so-
I don't know why he folded. I mean, 10-5. Weren't
How
we
does
just
he-
saying?
Because, I mean, I
we
can't
go.
imagine why he would want to fold with bottom pair on that board. Colby going to lead out with the best hand. He's got pocket fours. He had a feeling that, yeah, that flop was not great for Caitlin.
Curious though, when it goes check raise on the flop with the fours, which is fine. Or sorry, not check raise, but
Check
bet
call.
raise.
Or, yeah. Or
Uh,
bet
Bet
call.
raise, and Caitlin correctly called with, well, what I think is fine to call with the ace high there, even though she was behind. But then when the spade completes and she checks it over, he just continues barreling. It's like, what does she really have there? Right? Like, he's setting himself up for a third barrel. Because if she has an overpair, he's going to have to blast the river, and that's a tricky spot with fours. But anyways, we didn't get to see that because she didn't have aces or jacks or something like that. But curious when you continue betting when the most obvious draw sort of comes in there. Did have the 4 spades, so I don't know. It's whatever. Hands over. Let's move on to the next one. Keenan will open it up to 75 with a couple of red 9s.
5-3. King Kai is going to deviate from his norm of 6-3.
Yeah.
Let's say Colby had 2 black 4s again. I don't know if any of this is going to be correct this time.
I presume that the 2 black 4s was a misread from last hand. We have seen that happen in the past, but
Chase got a phone at the table,
yeah.
right in this camera view.
We,
According to producer Kristen,
would you look at
he
that
has been
flop?
yelled at.
Would you look at
3
that flop,
times. Keenan
Keenan?
just flop squads. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Kaya has a 3. He's got a pair. 2 pair.
And he's going to blast this for
Well,
half pot.
Is not in this hand, I guess.
Yeah, action tracking has had a few hiccups, but King Kai is going to bet. Keenan here obviously going to go for the old check call. With quads, your hand is just like never, ever, ever losing, so
see
you
a
want to
3.
give... Excuse me?
3. Damn.
Oh, good God.
Called it. Let's go.
Yeah, Keenan will check, and Kaya will feel emboldened to bet once again. And
So what is the context of this picture?
I don't think Keenan can raise here because that's
He
gonna
is jumping
give
away
away
out of the
that
water from the boat, away from the boat.
he at least has 9s full.
yeah, so now the tricky part, though, and this is always the problem with playing out of position, is what do you do on the river? Because
Yeah.
king comes in, your opponent is like not super incentivized to bet a 3 anymore.
Yeah,
They
well,
might,
there's no
but they're
boat.
not super incentivized to because they're going to chop with all the other 3s and lose all the 9s. And what the
big
fuck else
parlay
is in there?
So he's
Right,
gonna
so now
bet it.
Keenan's going to bet.
They,
He does
they
keep
get
it
a
small,
Very
though, so I
small,
think
yeah.
this is the appropriate size.
And,
And he kind of has to bet, but this is the problem with playing from out of position. You just
Yeah.
never have a good story to
And there's
tell.
a call, and he's got quads.
5
And,
miles an hour. They'll spear the
Kai's
boat
gonna show his
with
3 and say,
bill,
Yeah.
what?
and they'll break
I
their bill off into the boat, and
I guess
it'll cause
quads
the
is
boat
good.
Yeah. Yeah, and against a sticky opponent, King Kaya here, just like, I mean, he snap called that, right? It was like a 1/3 pot size bet, and
I
he
mean,
just
I
snapped it.
think anybody in their right mind is calling there. He's, you know,
And there's guys who get in the water and like
I don't see why you would
those
assume
guys
that.
are absolutely
You're, I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't call. Like, you're not going to raise. You have bottom boat.
jump in the water
But
with a great white.
Yeah, generally speaking. I mean, so I don't disagree with that. However, if we go back to the earlier situation that we had where Colby bet the river and Kaya was able to get away from it, and we both agree that, like, there's just never any bluffs there. Very rarely is there a bluff there, so you can get away from it. What does Keenan ever play as a check call, and then lead the river that isn't better than at least a chop? And does a 3 even bet? Because isn't the 3 also worried about the 9? 5, whatever, 550,
yeah, but Kaya
525
bet
wasn't a
very
block
small. You don't think? I don't know.
It
I
was
guess I
1/3.
wasn't paying that much.
bet. I think a 3, if a 3 is going to bet, it's going to bet like 300, not 500. I don't know. I could be wrong. But in any case, I think the same logic applied there, and we gave Kaya credit for his fold earlier.
I mean, I think
do
a lot of players are
could
calling
fold
there
there.
with ace high or a king, at least. I think a king's calling there. And I think Keenan's probably trying to get value from something like a king or, I guess, a 3 or even, you know, jacks, 10s, anything, you know, that is better than ace high on a double paired board.
I'm not faulting Keenan's bet on the river. I'm
No,
thinking
but I don't
about
think that there's
the
anything
fold.
wrong with the call there too.
Oh, I'm not saying that necessarily. I was just trying to go down the same logical train that we went down earlier, where that I think a fold could have perfectly been in order. Because it's really tricky. It's even more tricky to find a bluff candidate for your opponent who's out of position than to find a bluff candidate for Colby who is in position.
Sure.
Right? So earlier it was kind of like Colby could have some different stuff, right? He could float the turn with the ace of hearts, hoping to get there. Or sorry, he could bet the turn with the ace of hearts, misses, block bet from Kaya on the river, and then he's like, well, I got the ace of hearts, so maybe I just bluff him, right? Like, you can tangibly think about that. It could have happened.
Yeah.
Whereas now you got a guy who check calls on 9933. Really? That dude has a bluff? Right? Anyways, that's all I'm saying. We can leave it at that. But if you have something you want to say.
I
go
mean,
ahead.
I don't necessarily think that he has a bluff, but I do think that he could be. There's a lot of hands that I don't know.
I have successfully conjured some confusion into your mind. Anyways, let's look at this hand. As Keenan has number 1.
Bones has number not 1, but a pair nonetheless.
Sparks has also number
Ooh.
not 1.
There you go.
Everyone folds. Keenan wins. Aces, deuces, and 3s were all in that hand. I really would have loved to have seen a flop, but it's not to be. Keenan will take it down.
Aces, deuces, 3s, and ace 4. So we could have definitely seen some fireworks if, like,
Ace 2, 3 came down.
yeah.
All diamonds.
Ace 2, yeah,
Except
ace
for
2,
they
3,
couldn't have all
or
done.
ace, or 2, 3, 5. 2, 3, 5, everybody's in there.
That would have been spicy.
Yeah, 2, 3, 5, 2 diamonds.
All right, looking here in the chat, Big Chief says, thank you guys for the help. Yeah, man, absolutely.
Ragnar Overby, it does not happen very often. I am rarely speechless. And this time, I probably could have said some things, and then Aaron would have just come back with something proving me wrong, so I chose to just shut it down.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, 3 ways to flop here. Matt, the aggressor, from +2, getting called from 2 spots in the blinds. King high, 2 tone.
Big Chief would like to know what a block bet is. Can you summarize what a block bet is?
I surely can, as we take a 6 of clubs here on the turn. A couple of players here with opportunity to go for a stab. Keenan will take the stab with the bottom end of the gut shot and just queen high. I think this is fine, and yeah, he's going to get it through. Okay, so a block bet is when you are generally out of position, but you are almost always out of position. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to block bet in position, but you are betting a small amount that is simply designed to get a call from your opponent's entire range, such that you can see the next card for a price that you've set. Now, you generally are going to do this with like top pair, no kicker type holdings, things like that, simply because if you go for a check and your opponent bets significantly larger than what your block bet size would have been, you're going to be uncomfortable making the call. Whereas if you bet the small amount and your opponent calls, you've sort of gotten to see that next card for a smaller price, and your hand is going to be more often good because the pot is smaller. So that's the gist behind the block bet.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
All right, Caitlin here, getting a little bit frisky, but I like it. King 3 of diamonds from the cutoff, perfectly acceptable. I think all of the suited
agree,
kings.
and I think that should be encouraged more. King 3 of diamonds, great.
Yeah, all of the suited kings from the cutoff. I
Folded
mean,
to
you're
you.
starting to get a little bit frisky when you start going king deuce, king 3 from the hijack, but cutoff, I feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, I mean, you've only got 3 more players, or
The house.
we got three blinds
There
in
was
this
never a
game, so
lot.
4
It was
players.
just- They were
But the majority of the table is already
they were trying
folded,
to
so.
interpret a law
Yeah,
that doesn't
absolutely.
exist. So
King Kaya will be going absolutely nowhere on this flop, and Caitlin, while she does have a range advantage and will continuation bet for 80, is going to get a quick call from Kaya. Not opting, pardon me, for a check raise, as this is an ace-high board. And he's just going to drill the straight here on the turn, does have the nuts. We'll check it to Caitlin, and Caitlin will check back. And, oh, check. And King Kaya is flabbergasted that Caitlin wouldn't bet for some reason. Says, why won't you give me more money? And she says, bet your own hand, dude. And that is the end of that one. I mean, had he bet, she would have folded, so the result is the same.
Yes.
So he did actually, in sort of the exact universe that we were in there, give her the greatest opportunity to put more chips in the middle,
Absolutely.
bluffing with king high, but didn't happen that way. E. McKenzie here in the chat. Hey, what's going on, man?
The pot has been shipped and full. You're saying it's like it's a period
Things
between
are good.
games, right? Each hand is an individual game. This is a period between games.
David Pratt here says he is taking notes on all of the lessons so he can shamelessly rip them off, sound like an expert, and take credit for them. Or also just incorporate them into your game and start folding 4 deuce offsuit. You clown. I'm
David
kidding,
Pratt
of
is
course.
one of the tightest players on earth, so I think he should play more 4 deuce offsuits.
True.
Because the fact that you played that at ever in your life is shocking to me. I am like flabbergasted by the fact that you have ever played a hand anywhere close to 4 deuce offsuit. So,
Grant,
hats off to you for that.
yeah. Graham Shatter saying that he's checking out, but peace out, brother. All right, heads up to a flop. Queen 8 suited, king 9 suited. Cutoff versus button. 9 high board here, as Chase will pick up the top as the pairs, and Keenan will pick up the queen high club flush draw. So plenty of chips still yet to go in on this board. 190 in the middle, bet of 100. Let's see if Chase pounces on this right away. He's grabbing a smorgasbord of chip colors. Goes for the 255, 280, I should say.
Interesting.
Yeah, pretty standard just call here from Keenan. You can't re-raise and then have your opponent jam. You're going to have to fold your equity, but you really need to see a turn. So he will
Yeah,
make the call.
I mean, I think I am surprised at Chase not going bigger there with the raise.
I don't know. Seems fairly standard for him. Not quite
For
a 3x.
Chase? I don't know. I think he usually makes some.
Oh, no, he certainly can go larger, but
Yeah, if he's trying, if
not out of
his goal is to get the flush draws out, then and just
sick
run a runner
run
two
out.
pair.
yeah, very sick run out. Now let's see if Keenan donk leads here, as he kind of needs to. And he should go polar because the obvious front door draws have missed. And he really doesn't want this to go check, check. And a 9 is going to check a lot of the time. I think Chase is checking every time. 1.3K in the middle. Oh, he's going to go small. This may actually get him paid, as this is a bet of 600 into 1.3. So just under half pot. Chase can see the writing on the wall here, though. He is not comfortable with this donk lead. The trickiest part, though, is that you're like, all right, my opponent could be doing this with a busted flush draw or a queen, both of which beat me. But
Right.
why would a busted flush draw bet only 600? That doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Wouldn't they rep something like a jack 10 or whatever and just like hammer it for full pot to try to get max fold equity? So I think Chase is like, this bet just feels like I'm getting owned. I think he could find
I
a
mean,
fold
I
here.
think the hesitation it makes it pretty obvious that that is Chase's thought process right now.
I honestly think if Keenan bets bigger, he's more likely to get
yeah.
called.
I agree.
Which is why I think if you're going to donk lead this river, that you should go big. I would like
David
to
Pratt pointing out Aaron, if he's supposed to lead out, please don't call it a quote-unquote donk lead. That's just mean. It's still a donk lead, regardless of whether he should do it or not.
does get paid off, as Chase is just kind of in non-believer mode. He says you could have missed the clubs, and
I mean, he
yeah,
wasn't
did.
wrong. He did miss the club.
He did. He just had a queen and an 8.
Yeah, it was
To
just
go along
a
with it.
miracle run out for Queen 8 of clubs on a 2-club flush flop.
Yeah. Yeah, so David Pratt, and you know, this goes out to Big Chief and anyone else who's wondering perhaps about the nomenclature, the verbiage of poker. The donk lead is very specific
And it's not
to
people think of it as being
a derogatory.
yeah, derogatory or like being a donkey. Yes, that's derogatory. But a donk lead
Yeah.
is just it's just an easy easy way to describe a specific move,
Action.
a specific action, which is just out of position, not the pre-flop aggressor. You choose to lead out with a bet.
Yeah, and in this case in particular, it bears making it more specific, which is not just the pre-flop aggressor, but the previous street aggressor.
Yes, exactly.
So that was, you know, a river situation where Chase had the betting lead, therefore leading out is a donk lead for Keenan. Anyways, we're on to the next hand, and we have a raise to 75 from Big Daddy Ches under the gun. Gets called by Chase in the cutoff and Matt in the straddle. A couple of jacks and a 9 on this board. That is pretty good news for Big Daddy Chaz in terms of winning the pot. However, getting more from his opponents is a impossibility.
Hell yeah, dude.
They will quickly fold.
Look at this shit. Blind raise.
The lovely Victoria from Texas Royal Touch, giving Chase a tune-up on the old arms, shoulders, neck region there. If you are in or around the Austin area and want to come down, play some poker with us here at Texas Card House in Austin, get yourself a massage from the licensed massage therapist of Texas Royal Touch. Come on down, hang out with us. We would love to see you. And if you would love to get on the stream, we do stream every Monday, 5, 10, and often 25, as well as 2-5 Match the Stack on Thursdays. you can find all of the information on how to get on the stream. Let us know who you are, when you're going to be in town, and just some general information about yourself in the video description down below the video
Yeah, you
here on
might even,
YouTube.
if you play 2-5, you might even get the chance to play with Aaron, who has been gracing the stream with his presence on Thursdays quite often.
Yeah, and as of late, I've been punting,
Yes, yeah,
just
lots of Aaron
losing every
dollars
stream.
up for grabs on Thursdays.
Yeah. I'm averaging like minus 3K every stream that I've played in the last 3 sessions. It's been pretty fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I played 2 weeks ago, and it didn't go good to start, but I managed to make some money, so I was pretty pumped about that.
Proud of you.
Sparks made it 75 with ace king suited. Caitlin getting frisky, 3-betting 10-8 of diamonds.
Yeah, this is
Chase calling in between.
Yeah,
with
Chase
9-7
clearly
off.
out of line here, but the under the gun open and the quick 3-bet from Caitlin. I mean, the good thing for her is that this is a hand that she can just easily fold to a 4th bet, which is coming. And so in that respect, it functions well. It's sort of at the bottom of your range. Like if it's not good enough to call, but it's a little too good to fold, 3-bet it. So I actually like this. And Caitlin is, of course, going to get the bad news, which is a bunch of black chips go across the line.
Didn't
She will
even wait
snap
for the
fold.
chips to get in the middle before throwing the cards in. She was like, I was out of line. I'm sorry. I won't do that again.
But that is the value, right? Like imagine that you 3-bet with like ace-jack suited, and then they come back and hit you with the 4th bet. You're like, oh no, like maybe I want to play this and I probably shouldn't and whatever. But you're like stuck in that weird never land of like, what do I do? 10-8, you just fold. You're just done. Ace king,
Of course.
whatever.
Just
Like
say-
you
I mean,
just
I
play.
literally will sitting at the table in her spot. I will literally out loud say, "Just kidding," and put my cards in the back because I was totally out of line and just trying to spice things up. Particularly, Caitlin hasn't played a ton of hands. She's been pretty card dead so far. So she's saying, "All right, I like this hand. I don't want to fold it. Here we go."
Yeah, for sure.
Do you have the jack?
Oh my god.
If you won it 10 years ago, you got a jack. If you won it 10 years ago,
Yeah,
you got a
Ragnar
jack.
Overby here saying that I can't beat the sippy cup optimal theory. You're right, I can't. That's the kind of strategy that I lose to regularly. Bones here with a couple of red ladies is going to raise to 125 over Chase's limp, and Chase is feeling frisky here tonight. He wants to see a flop. Ace deuce offsuit, looking to find an ace, and pretty much only an ace. That ain't gonna do it. Does have the ace of spades and a backdoor wheel draw. If Bones makes this small enough, I suppose Chase could consider peeling one off. But no, that's gonna do it. Yeah, free. And then we will gamble when you return. All right. Carolyn is going to step out for just a moment. She will
150
return.
levels or whatever.
KJ is getting
Obviously,
the next hand ready to roll.
You're running pretty good, right?
Do want to thank all of you guys for tuning in here this evening, each and every night on TCHLive. We do appreciate you guys coming along for the ride, and we hope that those of you who are here and are joining us and listening to the sweet sounds of myself and Carolyn's voices, that you are subscribed to the channel, that you have hit the bell for notifications on whenever we go live, and that you also, if you do, like the streams that we are currently witnessing, that you go over and rear back and strike the like button with the force of 1,000 ostriches. So thank you guys for all that you do. Thank you for tuning in, and hope you do enjoy the rest of the broadcast as we are just about 1 hour in. Also just want to make sure that y'all are aware that in order to achieve the rank of most TCHLive loyalty points, which is, I think, in the millions, you will need to be subscribed to the channel. That is also how you can participate in the chat. So, yeah, make sure you're subscribed. We have a raise to 180 from Chase, Colby calling from the cutoff, and Caitlin completing from the third blind. King high board here, as Caitlin will flop the toppest of pairs, the ninest of kickers, and Colby with second pair.
start like.
Should just check all the way through. Colby could be considering a bet here, 555 in the middle, but he's going to get called a lot of the time and then sort of has built the pot needlessly, so he is going to check back. I like this.
You know what you did there.
9 on the turn is fantastic for Caitlin and awful for Colby.
He didn't know.
Caitlin will launch a bunch of chips across the line, and if this isn't 420, then she has clearly fucked up. It is 420. Okay. I was going to say, if that's 415, something has gone horribly awry. Colby, though, should be feeling quite good about this. However, he does not block Queen-Jack, which is the nut straight, so should just be calling here and planning to call most rivers that are not super scary. This is a full pot size wager, so really kind of one of those spots where you're like, I can't fold, but I'm not really sure where this is going. Does make the call, and Caitlin is like, please, no queen, jack, or spade. No queen, jack, spade. No queen, jack, spade. It's a 10 of spades, and that is the worst card in the deck for Caitlin. However, because it's the 10 of spades and not the 10 of diamonds, it is possible that she could bet small. This would be the time for a block bet. There it is. I mean, that counts. 425, little under 1/3 pot, which is generally speaking sort of the threshold for the block bet. Typically see something around 1/4 to 1/5, but she does go for the slightly under 1/4, or sorry, under 1/3 pot size bet. And Colby, who here has just run out a freaking boat, will certainly be raising.
It was all online.
And he kind of, I mean, you really are just hoping to cooler a flush. You really are. So you kind of got to bet big here. 1.9K in the middle. The bet is 525. Oh, I thought it was 425. So 525 is actually a little over 1/3, so it doesn't quite qualify as a block bet. It's just a small value bet, I guess, at that point. But the raise is incoming, 1,400, and Caitlin is just going to get out of the way. She realizes that there's just nothing that Colby can raise with that she beats. Flush, straight, boat. Straights don't even usually raise, but like if they ever do, she just loses everything. So actually, just a really spot-on fold there, without losing any sleep over it. Tony M here says, is there a sound issue? Can't hear anything. There is something to hear, so the issue is definitely on your end.
Everywhere in America. Yeah.
Scotland, here in the chat. Hey, what's going on, man? Welcome to the stream. David Pointer, thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the TCH team.
Yeah, it's just
Oh, what's your prescription?
like -5.5.
Oh, that's bad. Mine is like -4.25, and I'm pretty.
Brina here chiming in the chat says, flight was canceled, lost cell phone in Miami. Oh, God, that sounds awful. Good thing the phone was insured, but
After seeing your Halloween costume.
yeah, really sorry to hear it, and hope all is well outside of that.
Cisco.
All right, you ready?
Yeah, Mr. Pratt rolled best, I think.
No, I rolled best.
Oh, yeah, he rolled 68, and you rolled some other ridiculous nonsense. All right, what's the order?
I'm going to go
For the live
first.
stream, please.
And who's next?
And then,
5 folds, 6, 7 raises to 1.
and then you, and then Pratt.
10 folds.
Okay. All right, you, then
Ready,
me,
set,
then Pratt.
go.
Caitlin's 1,500 bonds. 1 fold, C2 fold.
Oh, Ragnar Overby gonna swipe Pratt.
No, I got him first, I think.
No, but well, he's swiping Pratt's.
Oh, yours.
Okay,
Oh, I
30. I
rolled
can
a
beat a
30.
30. Ragnar
he got
scooped
your
my 14.
14.
Let's go. 67. Ragnar, you are my best friend ever. I will take that 20 back. Thank you very much. And now it is Pratt's turn to give me 20 bucks back. Oh, 82. What the hell is that crap?
Well done, David.
I owe him another 20. So the ticker's up to 40.
At least you got your money back for me.
Yeah, no, some things were good.
So I'm going to make a prediction
Okay.
that we're going to have a big hand soon.
Keenan's going to win with the 4 deuce nuts for Pratt.
In this particular case, no. I'm just saying sometime in the next couple of minutes.
Okay. Chase comes in for the massive raise with 5-4 offsuit out of the straddle and takes it down. Chase came to play tonight.
Take it.
I like it.
Yeah,
Take it.
I like it as well. Ragnar says he sacrificed himself for me. Yes, thank you. I appreciate you very much. And Fishing902 here in the chat wants to know what the deal is with Save Dallas Poker. Keep hearing about it. He's from East Coast, Canada, and hoping they save Dallas Poker because you enjoy watching. Well, absolutely. For you and for anybody else out there, the Texas Card House up in Dallas has had a run-in with the city sort of government, who is sort of reneging on the issuing of the business permit, business license, whatever it is, to operate.
Certificate of occupancy.
Yeah, and so they are currently fighting to maintain their status as a legal and legitimate business operating within the city limits of Dallas. And we, of course, all stand with Texas Card House to maintain the game of poker alive and well, out in the open, in a legitimate business establishment, both in Dallas and around the rest of the state.
So March 22nd, which is next Tuesday, the city will be holding the final hearing on the matter. And we would love to see as many people as possible come out and show their support for the Dallas and Texas poker environment.
Yeah, absolutely right.
So right now,
Spicy one developing here as we have King Kaya limping under the gun, then completing after Matt 3-bets to 300. Bones finding his way in here from +1 as well. Jack 8-6, 2-tone. Matt here flops the nut flush draw. Bones with bottom pair and the best hand at the moment. King Kaya does have a 3 of spades to back into a really bad flush or really bad straight. Does check. Bones checks. Matt should continue 100% of the time. Bets 2/3, little over, and that will get 2 quick folds, and Matt will win with ace high. Taking a look there at the chip counts. Big Daddy Chaz up top, followed closely behind by Sparks and Keenan. Bones, King Kaya, and Colby all sitting in the middle of the pack, all the way down to Caitlin, rounding out the bottom of the stacks at 2.4K. Plenty of chips here on the table, as is the usual, and KJ will take his leave after receiving a few more parting tips. And it looks like we're skipping the bomb pots altogether, as I see just the blinds and straddle coming out for the next hold'em hand. All right, all right. Very good, skipping bomb pots tonight. There we go.
Okay. Alright, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so there's 6.
all right, so we have a new like goal, 200 by 8 p.m. We are currently sitting on 119, so I mean that should be an easy slam dunk. Let's go, guys.
I know I've hit the like button.
As have I.
Excellent. All right, well, we're doing our part, and if you haven't done your part, then do think of this moment as your opportunity, your one shot to just obliterate the like button. Once again, channel your inner ostrich, just unleash the fury on that thing, and help us out. That would be awesome. All right, 5, 10, 25, on to the next hand we go.
Alright, C7 folds. 8 folds.
So far, no takers. Matt waking up with a premium ace-king suited.
75,
Always do love to see that hand.
1 fold.
Yes. As do I, although
Sorry, I had price.
the number of people who do not love to see that hand,
Yeah.
you know, it's kind of amazing sometimes.
Yeah, you can always kind of get a feel for where someone is in their poker journey based on how they feel about ace king.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. 6 deuce deuce rainbow flop here. Ace king is still best. Checky checky over to Matt. Should continue for a small size. Does bet just a little under half pot. Love it. Keenan here has a hand that is actually good enough to continue. It is well behind, but is going to check call here. Ace 9. This is just always a tricky spot. Ace 9 always sucks, but now you're just kind of like buckling your seatbelt and holding on. Matt is going to check back as he turns the 4 of clubs and rivers the 7 of clubs for the nut flush. Keenan will continue checking, and now Matt has to decide, can he attack a strong enough holding for a large size or go for a small size that will get paid by almost everything? It does go for the large size. I think you have to, and Keenan will snap fold it.
Yeah, I think King Kaya probably is kicking himself right now, but when he finds out in the future that he was
Wrecked.
wrecked and would have given Matt all the chips.
Yeah, that would have been an awful, awful run out to have Queen 9 of clubs. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm sure that he thinks, he's like, oh, man, got there. And at some point he'll realize that Matt also got there and way good.
Yeah. We've got a visitation from the resident Knit, Mr. Will Lottie here, saying
What
hello
up,
from
Lottie?
Houston. Still searching for the run good. Well, good luck to you, buddy. Hope you do find some good run. And we'll just hold down the fort here.
Actually, you know what phones I do want?
8 fold.
5-10, 25. Couple of quick folds here.
10 raise.
Big Daddy Chaz, though, going to get active with the 10-6 suited, raising it up to 75.
Let's see what's Chipotle.
Keenan on the button
3 calls.
will make the call. Couple of red 7s. And these two players heads up to a flop. Big Daddy Chaz with the betting lead. Keenan playing in position. Well, that's a pretty spicy flop here. If you had,
I mean, a 7 of hearts,
yeah,
Got a
yeah, I was going
gutter.
to say if you had
Gutter
10-6
to
of
a
hearts, but no, this
straight
is,
flush.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, bet a 50 and a call here. Pretty much no other way to play this. Monotone boards like this, you just always want a continuation bet, or almost always want a continuation bet as the pre-flop aggressor, just because your opponent can fold so many hands
Right.
that didn't connect with that board, which is going to be a lot of them. They're also going to have plenty of pairs and stuff that are going to be put into a weird position. But Chaz here with the up and down straight draw, 3 of clubs, pretty massive brick. When his opponent just calls, this is a spot where a lot of people will just kind of slow down and be like, I don't know, you probably have something and I should just stop. But I think Big Daddy Chaz is more of the persuasion to continue firing and for a larger size, which he does. 175 here, 2/3 bet. And now Keenan is in a tough spot. He has the best hand. He has the best draw. And yet, with effective 4th pair and only a gut shot to a straight flush, like, you're not really loving this. He is going to make the call. And now comes the reckoning as to whether or not Big Daddy Chaz will continue bluffing on the 5 of hearts river. And that's kind of the worst one for him, because oftentimes when you're up against a in-position player, they're going to have something like pair and a heart draw. And, I mean, now you're just digging deep and you're just saying, you have only a pair. And you're hoping that a heart didn't come, and then you would call. But now the heart did come, and I have 10 high, so let's bluff it and see what happens. Big Daddy Chaz is a believer in that strategy. He's going to bet 375, make it look super value-y. And now Keenan has to decide, 7 of hearts, is it good enough?
I mean, I think he should definitely just
Fold his cards in half and eat them? No? Oh, sorry, what were you going to
yeah.
say?
I mean, but if he does fold, he should have to eat them. That's true.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think for 375, I think you just say, man, I have a heart, so I guess I call.
Yeah, I think that's right. We can see that he will win the pot if he does so. But I think Chaz recognizes that this is a good size, because it'll put a lot of the 1-pair holdings into just like, okay, I just fold. And even some of the weaker hearts are able to fold. So really good sizing there from Chaz. If he went really big, then he's sort of allowing his opponent to just like fold all the stuff that he would have folded for that size anyways, and then just lose way more when his opponent has a queen, king, or ace of hearts, and then it's just, okay, here, have my money.
I don't
really
know
well
that I
played.
can ever fold out there.
The 7 of hearts? Yeah,
Not
I think
for that size.
I think I'm calling. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
I
so.
think I
too.
just say, I mean, if you got it, you got it.
Have you give him chips or whatever?
Yep.
Like, show me a bigger heart.
Yeah, I think that's right.
You do it every day. $200 of
Uh,
Mediterranean food every day.
He's just here for the expenses.
He's just here for the expenses.
And aces.
And aces, yes. Aces and expenses.
Alright, 9 folds, 10 folds.
Will Lottie trying to cash in his run good for the 5K next weekend? Yeah, absolutely. That is the tournament to run good in. Get all your run bad out of the way, and then just run pure in that one all the way up to a final table. Yeah, that'd be pretty sweet. I still haven't decided if I am going to go fire that or not. I definitely will want investors if I'm going to. So still something I'm deciding on. But yeah, 5K down in Houston, pretty spicy.
Yeah. That's that should be a big one.
Yeah. All right, 3 ways to a flop. King Kaya finding his way in here from the small blind, 8-7 offsuit.
Yeah, they kick Mario.
Caitlin and Chase playing broadways, and that's a Broadway flop.
Yep.
Yeah, that's Mario.
Middle pair for Caitlin,
Would you agree that
third
no
pair
matter
for
what
Chase.
Mario
Both players working with a gut shot, and King Kaya has already assumed the folding position, will release, and this was a bet of 200 and a min click to 4.
glanced in the
Chase
jaw,
just basically
but
trying to
then
get
went
a
to the
free
hospital.
river
He's
card.
in the hospital.
This is sort of the I take it back. He's going to continue betting. I wouldn't recommend this, but the min click on the flop will like sort of just get you like a natural check from your opponent on the turn. Then you
Right,
can just get a free
absolutely,
river
yeah.
and be like, all right, did I get there or not? Right? Like, let's hope for the best. But you've got to know, most of the time, you're going to know that when your opponent calls you after the min click, that betting is just building a pot for someone who has a superior hand. Now, if your hope is to get them off of a queen, then keep betting and get it done, and fuck me because I'm wrong and Chase wins, and that's awesome. But
Well, I think, I mean, I sometimes in those, especially when it's heads up, that the way that plays out, it's like a conversation between those two people. Caitlin's saying, you know, I have the best hand, and Chase is saying, no, I do, and Caitlin's saying, no, my hand's pretty good.
yeah, improve
And
it.
when she
he's-
checks it to Chase and he doesn't check it back, she told him on the flop, like, she's like, nah, my hand's pretty good, bro. Watch out. And Chase said,
I'm gonna keep
my
betting.
hand's better. So.
Yeah,
you
story
know,
was told.
And once
Story was
he
believed.
comes back and says, nope, I still think I win. I think it makes a lot of sense for Caitlin to just fold that.
Yeah. You can imagine, though, that she's not going to have very many hands that fit the bill. It's Queen Jack,
Yeah.
and it's Queen 9, right? Like King Queen, I guess, could potentially play it the same way. And yet,
Generally nice.
all of the other aces, like even like Ace Deuce or something, right, is it going to fold to that
Big
turn
line stepper.
sizing? I don't know.
No, I don't.
So it was pretty much exactly targeting a queen. I mean, in a game theory sense, that's perfect for a 10 to be betting, and it got the job done. So.
I mean, and it was a min raise, so I mean,
Yeah, and then a bet of 400 on the turn, which was very small size.
yeah. So he's risking the minimum to just, you know, if she doesn't have exactly
But
a
his
queen.
coach
and
is like
she's
one of the
gonna
dealers
keep on,
here.
then, I mean, I'm sure he's saying, well, I got it.
It wasn't the most professional operation.
It looks like our man Chase has taken down another pot as well, with the
Mario
Had the
has
best
full
hand
coach.
this time.
He
pocket
booked,
knives, yeah.
was it 40K?
All right, taking a look back here in the chat, Rafael Camaroto.
Mario was like,
Thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the team.
so it was like, what was the
Poker Monkey here, going to be in Biloxi tomorrow, playing craps, poker, and a few slots. All right. Well, good luck, man. I hope you run pure.
Yeah. But he was getting like a stick price. Like,
Mr. Will Lottie says my markup is too high. The rent is too damn high, and Will Lottie's markup is too damn high. He says he doesn't give action away. I presume you mean you're not selling at even money. Or do you just do you even actually sell? Have you ever sold,
Yeah,
Will?
yeah,
Well,
I'm
I mean,
curious.
if you missed the beginning part of the conversation where E was saying that he was gonna,
Well, he wanted 5% for the run good.
yeah. So Will said, no.
Well, that's all just like fun bantering. But like, I want to know if Will has ever sold action, and if so, what was his markup? As King Kaya and Bones will play the same hand against each other.
I will wager a bet that the answer to that question is in fact no.
That he's never sold action. I think you're probably right. I think you're
Yeah.
probably right. Perhaps Mr. Lottie will enlighten us as we do have a 9 high flop, a 5 on the turn. This is a bet of 80 from Kaya, and Bones has folded, so Kaya will win.
Take someone's money, you know?
I think he's like a dump truck driver. I mean,
E says he has it on mute and cannot hear me. Okay, well then I guess I won't get the answer. But I think Carolyn's just right. I bet that Will hasn't sold action. Yeah, for a long time, I exclusively played tournaments by selling action.
It's like, all right, 5 balls.
Really?
Well, I mean, at least like tournaments that I traveled to, because like I didn't have a bankroll. I mean, I wasn't a poker player.
Oh, okay.
You know,
This was-
I just worked a job and played tournaments for fun, and so I would go to Vegas for like a WSOP stop or something like that, and I'd be like, go to my local bar where we played poker or whatever, and I'd be like, who wants a piece, right? And I'd sell like 30-40%, go play for the team, and, you know, had some good results. It was always fun to bring money back for the bar crew.
That's great. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a good pool player.
Oh, apparently Will is not listening to us.
Separate the bullshit.
We got a hand here. We got ace queen versus ace queen. We have a suited hearts variety and then a double suited variety.
Indeed.
No hearts. So, I mean, Sparks wins without a doubt.
Both players flopping top pair, top kicker, and a gut shot to Broadway. Quick check, bet, call. Going to be really challenging for this to run out in any way that doesn't result in a chop. Sparks will check. Keenan here has a couple of options, most of which involve betting 200 or more.
And stream only or what?
No.
2.25. I like the size. Sparks has another natural check call here. His opponent could be definitely doing this with things all the way from like 2 pair plus to just like ace 5, right? Like ace 5 suited, things of that nature that are just kind of like, dude, I hope you fold. 9 of spades here on the end. This should just go check over to Keenan, and Keenan doesn't have a reason to bet here, so I suspect we're just going to chop this. Yeah, checky, checky. Queen, ace, chop it up.
Prioritize things in their memory. So you think your hand is like how
Will Lottie says, I've never sold or bought. All right, well, there you go. Answering 2 questions at the same time.
David Pratt offering, saying that he is selling action, and something about your investment of $50 in me can potentially return 35 to you, gross. So not the best
That's
investment,
the
but like,
2 years.
you know, if you want to invest in David Pratt having a good time, then I guess. Cool.
Yeah, that's one of those South Park investments. Hey, we're just going to allocate a little bit over here. We're going to put a little bit into this mutual fund, and it's gone. You're like, wait, Dave, what happened? He's like, yeah, it's gone. Yeah, you gave me 50 and
it's gone.
40 soft suit. It was the nuts, man, and then something happened and it wasn't. I don't know.
For a while,
The fluke.
It's
a real fluke.
Those games when you're playing like 5-10 and the biggest
All
all
right.
the pots would be like 3K, but all the bottom
Chase here,
pots would be like
enjoying
17.
the
And like nobody
arm
plays full
massage.
low, so
Jack
just all
3
like
suited
80s are
fits the
low.
bill for a limp. Arm massage will do wonders for you when you have the Jack 3 of clubs. King Kaya 10-6 of clubs. He's going to limp his way into this one, and Bones will squeeze his way out if he is lucky. Well, I mean, he's just way ahead as well, at least against the players that have defined themselves so far. More folding. Caitlin gets rid of the only ace-high holding, and it's over to Kaya, and that man will definitely not fold for 125. I lied. I was like, there's no chance, right? But he did.
I mean, whatever you think is going to happen,
Is always
Aaron,
wrong.
as soon as you say it out loud, it's almost definitely not going to happen.
Yeah, no.
If you didn't say anything, he definitely would have called. But
Damn it. Fucking
Alright, say this, so it'd be like 4 is gonna double straddle like 50.
All right, onwards and upwards. On to the next one. Sal here, going to be slinging the cards. 5, 10, 25, and 50 here. Chase not going to put on the 65 or the 80, as he is wont to do. Sometimes the 165. All sort of depends on his mood and his position at the table. Depends on how stuck he is, but certainly the double straddle of 50 coming on in, and Kaya will limp for 50 bucks with a mystery
With,
holding.
I mean, I think what we have come to realize is that he will limp with most holdings.
Kaya? Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's true.
I don't, and from my perspective, if you're gonna limp just about every hand there, why not double straddle? Why not put or triple straddle? Why not just put the 100 on?
Because you'd rather power limp for 50. Power straddle, limp straddle. There's some combination of words in there that used to come about. It's a Dustin special, the GM here at TCH
Or is
Austin.
that a Dustin move?
Yeah, he blind calls under the gun instead of straddling, like for a larger side. He blind calls, and he's really proud of it. I love it. I love him. I love him for what he does. Okay, Chaz here with a couple of ducks. Black
Well,
duck,
and I mean, I don't
Colby.
think I've seen Kaya fold a hand after the limp. After limping under the gun.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
but
the
this is
10-6 the
very,
10-6 just
very
happened
much-
1 hand ago. Listen, Linda, it just happened. I called him calling. I said there's no way he folds, and he folds. And you're like, oh,
Was that pre-flop or on the flop?
Pre-flop. 10-6 suited. He limped it, and then he folded. God, it's like you don't
like
even.
that was-
It's like you don't even know me.
On the flop.
No, we didn't see a flop. That was the whole thing. That was the whole point. Man, I do live in an alternate universe. But
Yeah.
King Kaya has found his way to a flop this time. Colby was the pre-flop aggressor, and Kaya not going anywhere for 4 1/4. Colby here is like, ugh, I don't like that.
Yeah.
I would love to see an ace or a queen, please. Maybe a heart. How about a 10 of spades?
Not ideal.
If Kaya has the 10-6 suited this time, he's feeling
We got
quite
some flop
nice.
lag for King
Indeed.
Kaya.
He checks it over, and Colby should be checking back, as there is pretty much no longer any hands that you can get to fold or that you're beating. Like, you could have some 5-7 suited. It's possible, but, like, betting again and building the pot even more to the hand that's probably not going to fold is just not really smart. Okay, we've got a lead here, and this is a probe now, not a donk lead, as once Colby surrenders the betting lead by checking back on the turn, Kaya is completely available to wager without being considered a donk lead. It is then a probe at that point. So 5-15 is the bet. Colby will release, and Kaya will take it down with what is likely to be the best hand.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yes. It just come to my attention that I've been calling you back.
And if King Kaya doesn't have the best hand there, and he's betting with God knows what, he's done a very good job creating an image for himself so far today of playing exactly that run out, and that,
That's my name.
there's
Yeah,
there's
this
no way
belongs to
ace queen
me.
high is good. Yeah,
No.
He's got multiple hats.
So
confirmed it.
kudos to him if he didn't have the best hand.
No.
That's official.
Ace-4 offsuit seems worthy of a limp, if I know Kaya, and I kind of do. It's always curious to me when you see some players come in that play sort of, I mean, it's very consistent, but unorthodox style for this game.
Yeah.
And they just come in and they're like, let's go. I'm limping. Like 70% of hands. Like, let's go. Limp and flat. You
Yeah,
know,
limp
calling
call.
3-bets, like just cold calling 3-bets and shit. You know, why not?
Say something.
Speaking of all of the limping and the flatting and the calling and the stuff, we have 5 players to a flop. King 4 tray, rainbow flop.
Three checks.
Pairs for several players.
King Kaya with the best of it though right now.
I mean, why
And
not
there's
just
two pair.
flop second pair and turn
Two
top?
checks, 3 checks. 4 checks. 5 bets. 4 bets 90.
Caitlin here working with a gutter. Keenan flopped a better gutter, and Matt with a whole lot of queen high and a bad gutter his own. Everybody will get out of the way, and ace-4 just turned over. Like, yeah, limped and
I mean,
won,
if I'm at the
bitches.
table and Kaya bets it there, I'm like, you have 5 deuce always. Like you just have a wheel and I'm dead. So good luck.
Yeah, toast. David Pratt, pedantic Aaron is the best Aaron. And Ragnar Overby says, I'm at my best when I get a little fired up. Well, thank you, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate it.
I agree.
Everyone up for around the 50s?
Well, I get fired up from time to time. Definitely does happen as we have the $50 straddle on here from Bones.
I'll put it on.
Oh, he's a normal.
I put it on 3 times.
Hoping to have Bones here in the booth with me next week.
Like 50.
But he might be out of town as well. So, anyways, we're working out the deets,
Next
but
week?
love to have
Thursday?
Bones here next week. Perhaps
So
the.
you're saying I am not invited?
Alright, 8 raises to 100.
Yeah. So,
This is the first I'm hearing of this?
quick announcement here that Carolyn is just toast. She's done. She's out of the mix.
If you're on baby duty yet?
Putting her out to pasture, taking her behind the shed, if you will. No, but no,
It's
Bones.
been a good run, you know?
Yeah. Well, you know.
You got like 15
It couldn't last forever.
tomorrow morning.
But no, we'll see if we can make that happen. I do
I'll go home and fucking
hope that we can. I've done commentary with Bones once before. Had a great time. He is a very sharp poker player, and it's always.
He's also very witty and clever.
Yeah, no,
He can be very funny. A little dry.
Yes, I was gonna say
Very
the
dry.
dry humor.
I'm gonna say
I
very
remember the
dry.
last time we were in here and he said
But he's
something.
great, so
And I
I
kind of I looked over and was like, "Did you just say that?" And then I was like, "Oh, you're joking. Oh, that's funny." But I was like taken aback. I
Yeah.
remember that.
No,
yeah.
he's very funny.
All right, Bones is not so dryly betting this for a third time. 650 to go. I tried to segue that. It didn't work. And Colby will release, which should create a cascade of folds and a 1 pot for Bones, if I'm not mistaken. However, Chase could get sticky with something.
Do you have a problem?
Yeah, the computer just shut down.
That's problematic.
Yeah, we're frozen. We are frozen and have a Windows update in the middle of a full-blown regenerative state.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that it's a full-blown Windows update.
Computer went off.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes. So if y'all can hear us, bear with us. If you can't, then sorry. But we're going to continue yammering away as though you can hear us because that's what we do here on TCH Live.
Yeah, I
And-
mean, Oh, is this behind? Oh, yeah, that's why. Doy.
Yeah, no, my screen is showing no signal, so I'm going to guess that people can't hear us. If you can hear us. Oh, somebody said something about the Windows update, so I think they can hear us.
Yeah, they can.
Drop a deuce in the chat if you can hear us.
We
Okay,
can. We
yeah,
said we
they
can.
okay, all right.
All
All
right,
right, well
well,
then
that's-
we're going to keep just yammering on because that's what we do. And
Hopefully this starts up.
All right, we can still gamble.
oh, bro. All right, yeah, no, it's time, isn't it?
I mean, I hope so.
So Pratt, you won the last one, so you decide the order.
David Pratt, waiting on you. There's nothing to entertain anyone, so I'm gonna need you to talk a little loud or type a little faster. That's fine.
E here.
Talk
says, well,
louder to yourself at your house or whatever.
All right. Did he? I can't.
Gamble.
Gamble. All right. Who's going first, though, Pratt? You got to let us know, bro. Got to let us know.
Anybody in the chat who wants us to discuss any kind of nonsense or legitimate topics, throw it out there. And it should be poker related, sort of, at least loosely. And Aaron and I will sit back here and just shoot the shit while we have nothing to watch.
Yeah. So, still waiting from Mr. Pratt, who tried to gamble 50, and it didn't work, but...
I guess maybe we were a little early. I do love that Alan
I
Al
guess
put
maybe.
in the he wrote, love that comment. If you can't hear us, sorry.
You know, it is kind of funny how human beings do that shit, right? Like, we're like, well, the tree fell in the forest, and nobody was there to hear it, so fuck you, but, or whatever, right? Like, we do things and operate in a way that's like, we have no idea what we're doing, so we just kind of pretend like we do. That's 100% of what we do in the booth here, myself and Carolyn, for sure. But yeah, welcome to the podcast, and yeah, drop us a little, question or comment here in the chat. We'll see if it's something to go after. E. McKenzie is going to start things off here with Poker Bunny ... discuss and some smug faces. So, all right, here's my take on Poker Bunny.
Okay, go for it.
Poker Bunny, I had the pleasure of meeting Poker Bunny when she came and played here at
As
TCH
did I.
Austin. We went out, myself, her, a couple of good buddies of mine, and Landon. We went out to a Chili's at like
Random.
11:30 after a stream and had some
Chili's was
drink.
the choice.
Well, because
Classy.
like, listen,
Classy.
we're north of Austin. There's not a lot going on up here, right? So at 11:30, we wanted food and drink.
Okay. All right.
We went to a
I
freaking
don't-
Chili's.
It's fine.
All right, all right.
It's a reasonable
Yeah.
choice. Okay?
Challenge me
I'm
more,
not. I mean, it's,
lady.
Go ahead. Continue your story.
And we had a good time, and she's a very interesting gal. She's young. I think
She's very young.
that's the thing. You know, she's 23, and that's the thing to take probably the most away from it, which is similar to Landon, who is also quite young. I don't think he's quite 23. Maybe just a shade older than that.
Whatever. They're
Or
very
younger.
close.
I honestly I don't even remember, but they're both very young. They're relatively new to the poker scene. They take poker very seriously. This is evolved
Absolutely.
into Poker Bunny and Landon, just by the way, in case anyone is wondering. But both just fascinating people, very interesting characters. I think the conversations that I had with both of them were very engaging, and also you could just tell that like rewind your own experience back to when you were in your early 20s, and then take that experience, which for a lot of us was just like in college or like grad school or whatever it was, and then now just like thrust yourself onto the stage of your career path, which is poker for these folks, right? And be the center of attention for a lot of people. Like a
Yes.
lot of people pay attention to Landon and to Poker Bunny.
So here's-
and that's a difficult and challenging place to be in as a young person. Now,
And I'm
what do
going
you
to
have
chime
say?
in that I think Poker Bunny puts in a ton of work between
Mm-hmm.
her studying and playing and trying to build up herself as a personality and networking and all these other things. And I think she deserves all the credit in the world for that. And I think the biggest thing, I think men have a very hard time with her garnering
yeah.
any success in the poker community because they feel she is exclusively using her physical appearance to manipulate men into either staking her or playing differently against her or whatever, or
Sure.
just getting social media following and things like that.
Yeah, there's very much a stereotype.
And
around
they are holding that against her, and I think that it's not something that you should hold against her. She has a physical appearance that people find, people want to watch her.
it. She knows what
And-
she's doing,
Exactly,
right? Like
she
let's
does, and I
let's
don't
be
think
clear.
I don't think that there's something wrong with that.
No, absolutely
She
not.
understands exactly what she's doing, and hats off to her for entering a very male-dominated world and saying, "I'm not going to sit back here and just like be a meek little girl. Like, if I'm going to enter this world, I have to do it in a way that I can benefit from, and I'm going to do it in a way where I'm manipulating you based on you
Sure.
finding me attractive." And I think that's.
Well, let's
You
also
know,
be.
I don't know that I necessarily would do it myself or that I would encourage other people to do it, but I don't think you can say that that's necessarily terrible.
Oh, absolutely. It's not terrible. So, I mean, once again, I want to echo what you said earlier, which is that Poker Bunny puts in a lot of effort into studying. I think that much is very clear from her style of play. And I've seen her style of play evolve as well, because when she came and played here in Austin, I saw her fold hands that were like, if you're studying poker theory, if you're really digging into the GTO, like, you're not folding that hand here. You're going to 3-bet that. That's a spot, right? And you should be picking it. And okay, if you randomized into a 1 out of 10 a couple of times in a row, okay, I'd believe it, but like, she folded some hands that I think were like just clearly 3-bets. Now, if you watch her now, she's playing consistently, she's playing regularly, and there's data, right? You can watch. Like, she's 3-betting these spots. She is getting after it. I think she's really paying attention to the studying, putting in the time. And that's really pretty encouraging, I think, for anyone.
I think
right?
she gets
Regardless
a lot
of your
shit
opinion about her.
because she's young and she's an attractive female, And
Well, sure.
guys, poker's a guy's game, and they see her come in here and try to use her assets to her advantage, and they feel like it's not fair for some reason, and it's entirely fair. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. So I mean, we're always going to have. Okay. So I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna say that. Let me think of a better word. We have characters
Although I feel like she
in
should be
every.
maybe, we are giving her a lot of airtime right now. Maybe she should be hooking it up for us.
Yeah, hooking it up. Well, so
Just
okay.
kidding.
I mean,
Just kidding, guys.
the thing is that we as a species, we as just people, are always going to have characters, right? We have them in every sort of genre of sports. We have them in every genre of celebrity, right? It's sort of the nature of the beast, right? You want to differentiate yourself in some way.
I gotta just chime in here.
Do you?
Bob coming in with is crazy an asset. I think crazy is a term that is routinely applied to women who act exactly the same as men or do things that if a man did it, you would never call it crazy. But being a female is an asset. So, yeah, sure.
Okay. In any case, let's see if we can shift the conversation a little bit. What I do want to say in closing is that I think that the game of poker as a whole is a fantastic place, an environment, a sort of societal microcosm.
Yeah, that was the word.
Yes, hell yeah. Where people from so many different demographics, so many different backgrounds, so many different experiences can come together and have a common, enjoyable, friendly experience together
Yes.
that is so beneficial, so powerful on a global scale that I want to see more characters. I want to see more
Absolutely.
poker bunnies. I want to see more Landons. I want to see more people coming out of the woodworks. We have PJ Poker, Spiller, freaking, whatever you want to call him, Sippy Cup, right? Dude is living in his car, driving around the country, playing low stakes poker and trying to create a thing for himself. Good for him. That's awesome, right? We have people vlogging left and right.
Yeah.
More people trying to break into the game, break into the vlogosphere or whatever you want to call it. This is fantastic. We want more people to engage in this environment and into this universe. It's really great.
I am just
wanna
gonna to E. Mackenzie saying if I did the things Poker Bunny does, I'd also be roasted in the community, and goes on to say that good luck to her. The getting roasted is, it's standard. You're putting yourself out there, and I think that anybody who puts themselves out there who can't handle getting roasted, then that's you made that mistake, and that's
Well, and
on
that's
you.
even more
But
a
what
testament
but
to Poker Bunny.
It's specifically the word crazy. That I don't know that anybody. It's just a term that is routinely applied to women so much more than it is to men.
Mm-hmm.
That specific term.
Sure.
Yeah, you would get roasted. So would I. So would anybody else. And anybody who puts themselves out there into the community, whatever they do, is subjected to being roasted for whatever they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that they should do that. But it's just the specifically the word crazy.
Well, it's
typically
about
gets applied
respect.
to women
It's
more than men.
what it is about respect, and I think the same goes for how people, men, by and large, treat women, by and large, but just people, how they treat each other at the poker table, around the poker table, just in life in general. I know one thing that I've experienced or been witness to, right, a fair bit, which is that by and large, the massage therapists are female. The poker players receiving the massages are male, right? And I've been witness to some lewd comments, some off-color things, right? And it's like, No, like we're better than that. Like, you know, treat people with respect. And it doesn't matter what they look like, where they come from, all that shit. Like, come on, let's just be better than that.
Sure.
And so I call it out
absolutely.
when I see it. If I see people saying things, you know, in front of me that are disrespectful, then I call it out as best that I can. And that's how I do my part. But at the end of the day, we all deserve respect. Poker Bunny deserves respect.
Sure.
Right?
And I
You
think
deserve
anybody
respect.
who's,
Everyone does.
who's
I do,
working
right?
their
We
ass
all do.
off in the poker world or in anything, it doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're putting in the work, then you deserve the respect. And I think that, you know, I think we're both in agreement about that. Let's see. David Brett. Honestly, the only legit thing you can say about her is the same thing you'd say of a dude. She has some pretty intense dead stare eyes situation going on. Yeah, we would give Aaron the same hard time about that and his poker face stare downs.
Dude, so I've actually really taken a different approach. So, you know, you mentioned this a little while ago, and it wasn't necessarily that you said it that I sort of took action, but I'm gonna
100% that.
yeah. Okay, we'll pretend. But no, I've actually really sort of started to embrace the like fuck it attitude because like I know what my game is now.
Yeah.
And I don't need to pretend that I'm like keeping something from my opponents. Like they're just not reading me. And if they are, then okay, try to get something off of me. Like
My attitude.
I'll
at the table
engage with
is
people
almost
now. I'll talk to them if
exclusively,
they want to.
Like I'm never going to look like I'm so intense that my goal is to just never be so intense that people are like, because that seems like a tell to me. For me, it's
Yeah.
like I'm going to maintain a level of relaxation where I can still like somebody comes up behind me and I can be like, oh hey, what's up? Blah, blah.
Yeah.
But I try and do that 100% of the time, no matter what my holdings are, no matter what the
Sure.
action is. And worst case scenario, I'm giving something away. I don't think that I am, but best case scenario, I'm giving nothing away, and I feel like I'm having a better time.
Yeah, no, and I've been embracing that recently,
Yeah.
and I've been enjoying myself more, and simultaneous to that, I do feel like actually having a more positive and upbeat attitude has been an improvement to my
Mental state, you know?
my mental state as it comes to tilt. Like feeling like, no, I'm just like playing this hand and like whatever happens. And then like somebody calls me with like a really bad hand and then gets there. Like instead of just like steaming out of there because I'm like, how can this idiot call me in this spot or whatever? I'm just like, you know, I got the call that I wanted, right? It changes my focus a little bit. It's been feeling better. And I think more than anything, it's just been more of a recognition that like you think that people are like staring at you and scrutinizing you and trying to figure out what you're up to, and they just really
and the
aren't.
more you think
They
about
just
it,
really
the
aren't.
more you get in your own head and are almost more likely to produce unintentional tells by thinking about like you have to avoid it.
Yeah, or
Whereas if you're
then you
just like,
look nervous or
"Man-
some shit. Yeah,
Man,
who
I'm
knows?
gonna. There's only one tell that I ever see from people at the table. I'm not gonna tell what it is on air because if you don't know it, then you're not paying enough attention to other people at the table. And it's the only one that matters as far as physical tells, as far as I'm concerned. Everything else is like super speculative. Like somebody was like, "Oh, well, if your feet are facing away from the table while you're sitting there,
The only guy in West Virginia
then
that doesn't drink?
you're bluffing." And I mean, that's just obviously not true. But I don't move
Yeah.
my feet in the middle of a hand, so obviously that's not true.
Yeah, no, but well, that's part of the thing that I've really grown to embrace, which is like all of the things that you think could be, you know, scrutinized in order to get some sort of read. It's like now, like literally, I wear a hoodie because most of the poker rooms that I play in
Are cold.
have like excessive AC and the temperature fluctuates, whatever. But I wear the hoodie.
And you can take it off.
And if
It's an essential piece of article of clothing. Like layers are key for playing poker.
Yeah, but I don't like hoodie up and sunglasses on. But
And
what I do,
headphones.
the one thing that I know is that like in a stressful bluffing situation,
You can feel
The
your
pulse-
neck pulsing.
the pulse rate can go up. All you got to do is just tuck that thing over, and if you do it in a balanced way. You do it when you're bluffing. You do it when
Yeah,
you're
when you
not.
sit down at the table, you just pull that hood around
you
like
just
it's a little-
hide your pulse
like
from
it's a little
any
scarf.
scrutinizing
That's how I
eyes.
usually wear hoodies. Is like I pull the hood around my neck like it's a little scarf,
That's all it is.
and that's just how it sits. So I don't
So
have to think about it.
let's get back to the poker really quick because we are back, and Chase has apparently gotten himself fucked up in the
Oh, wow, we
intermediary.
missed some shit.
Yeah, he's down to 415. He's all in now, and King Kaya is the only caller. We are going to rip one off here between these two players. Chase apparently has run into some spots with his chips going elsewhere. Ace high board, not a good board here for Chase, and he is dead on the turn as the ace 10 for Kaya will get the job done. The rest of Chase's chips will shift over to
I
his
wonder
neighbor.
where they all went.
And King Kaya sitting on 11K. He may have been the recipient of even more of
Seems
Chase's
likely
chips
to be
earlier.
the case.
King Kaya on the biggest stack here, 11K. Sparks next in line at 10K.
Yeah, Sparks usually buys in pretty deep, so I'm not sure.
But yeah, so anyways,
David Pratt pointing out another thing. Pro tip, the one vein in my neck is going to be going into orbit no matter what. Either I have the
Yeah.
nuts or I'm bluffing with air. And that's the other thing to keep in mind. And the only tell that I ever pay attention to, which is not people's neck veins bulging, is I would say 80% of the time they have the nuts and 20% of the time they are bluffing with air. So it can go both ways.
If everyone wants,
yeah, that much
we can
is
get a
true.
game until like 3 a.m.
So live reads are a thing. It takes a very experienced and aware eye to sort of pick up on it. And for every time that you're right, there's a time that you'll be wrong.
Yeah, for
right?
sure.
So it's tough to like
I don't
bank
rely on
on
it very often.
Yeah, neither do I.
And it has to be very specific situations where, you know I'm bluff catching anyways, and and I just say, you know what? I could bluff catch, or I can just fold, and I'm just gonna fold.
We can find some value.
So here's a quick question, throwback, if you will. Did you ever gamble, Pratt? I know you
Oh
tried
no, it wouldn't
to.
let us. Yeah,
He tried to, but then it didn't work, I don't think.
Pratt,
Say you're sorry.
make it happen.
Yeah, I think it's time to try
So
again.
you may be noticing that our graphics
You're
have
talking to a goddamn brand
Back
ambassador
to-
right now.
the previous
75.
version,
Iteration.
which we had employed for just a very short period of time, and then updated, and now we are back to this. So you will see the obnoxious little
400.
bouncing line.
Bouncing bubble of
Yeah.
Barnaby.
One
4 deuce offsuit. Chaz folds like a real person.
What?
I was just a jab at Pratt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. 97 for Pratt. Cool. I can
Gross.
beat that. Easy peasy. All right, you're up.
Me next?
Well, I went next, but
Oh.
then we're both losing to Pratt. But
Well, the good news is I'm only gambling with you, so
yeah, pretty much. 97 for Pratt. 98, please. I'll take it.
I will accept a 99. You got a
44. I got a 44.
Yeah, but I'm probably gonna get like 53. Yeah. Yay.
Damn, dude, I'm getting wrecked by Pratt tonight.
Yeah. I mean, I'm up $20, but Pratt's up is what, 3 for 3?
60. Dude's blowing me apart.
100. Yeah, we'll ask Colby
All right.
and Trace. I think Trace is in it.
We are going to.
Let's ask Colby.
Yeah.
Scotland here rolling an 89 and winning some points. Well done.
I just want to read PM Poker Monkey's comment
It's
in
not on
here
this end.
because I think it's very true. I love the fact that
Yeah.
people of all ages, races, male, female, rich, retired, Muslim, Christian, etc., we all get along and have a great time. I wish society was like a poker table. And I think
Raises 60
99% of the time, you're right. And unfortunately, there are some people in the poker rooms and casinos, just like everywhere else, who are going
Colby, what are your feelings
to
on 7 deuce?
not be that way. And they are going to just be the worst.
Win a hand with 7 deuce, everybody gives you some amount of money.
But I think the vast majority
No, you have to win the hand with people. So if you win a hand with 7
having a
deuce,
great
everybody
time regardless of anything else.
Yeah. Spicy flop here as we had King
Yeah.
Kaya open from +1 with the King 9 of spades. Big Daddy Chaz puts in the third bet from the small blind. King Jack of diamonds. Flops the King High diamond flush draw. King Kaya with an up and down straight draw. Check, check on the flop. Big Daddy Chaz here. Going to lead out for 300. Half pot size bet. King Kaya not going anywhere. And we will go to a river. 1.2K in the middle. 5 of hearts brings in the 9 high straight here for Kaya. Chaz is first to act, and kind of a tough spot here. He's got broken diamonds, and yeah, super connected one-liner to a straight. Gonna check it over. Kaya will bet, and Chaz will just dip out of the way. I do think this is sort of the standard disciplined veteran move, which is just like, I have the worst hand ever. Like, it doesn't matter that I blocked like 10 jack or whatever. Or, no, even 10 jack isn't even good. Sorry, it's 9-10 was the nuts. So like, he just had fuck all. Check and give up. Check and give up. Shuts
Is
it
that
down.
a veteran move? Because that's my go-to move in that spot. Just I'm never winning this hand. I'm not gonna just give money to you.
Well,
for
but
no good
some
reason.
people will say, I got to the river, I had king high, like,
Yeah,
oh,
that
I should
seems dumb.
bluff. Well, in a vacuum, you could be both right and wrong, because there are times where you
But
get
if
to the...
you decide that you're never giving up in that scenario, then you're wrong.
Okay, I think that's fair. Wasn't necessarily the point I was trying to make, because it's a very nuanced position to bluff for anyone anywhere, right? And oftentimes, especially if you're sort of still kind of getting a feel for the ropes, right? You might hear someone say, I got to the river and I had the worst hand I could ever have, so I bluffed, right? And generally speaking, that's a pretty good like philosophy to live by. You get to the river and you have 5 high, like how many worse hands do you have? Now, a lot of people who don't think about poker the way that we do would be like, Jesus Christ, you have 5 high, like fucking why would you do anything other than just check and give up? And yet, you're going to have all the middling hands that are going to want to check and call, right? And if those hands are checking and calling, well, then you need to have some checking and folding hands. Okay, what do those look like? And then you need to have some just bluffs. What do those look like? And if you construct a full balanced range, then you're going to take your shittiest fuck hands and your best awesome hands, and those are the ones you're going to bet with. You're going to take all of your middling
like
hands and
that
do other
is-
things with, and et cetera, right? But, like, that's
A
the
very
idea.
oversimplified explanation of that. But
You did?
yes,
Yeah,
I
sure.
think that the explanation you just gave was. I mean,
More
not it was
detailed.
easily digestible, but oversimplified. I would say. Caitlin has aces here,
Sweet.
so let's see this hand.
Keenan is stepping into a minefield.
Yep.
And Caitlin is loving her life as she is only sitting on 1850 here.
Yeah. it's
Keenan has put her
unfortunate
all
she
in.
doesn't have more chips, man.
Well, Keenan has put her all in, which is going to isolate the field, as King Kaya here is seemingly curious about the size
He
here.
is deep in thought.
So when someone like King Kaya runs good, they generally tend to, and this isn't like a shot at Kaya or anything in particular, it's like someone who we've seen consistently throughout the evening calling,
Yes.
limping and calling with very marginal holdings, could see a spot like this and be like, wait, it's 2K and she has less? Like, I could get in here with deuces and see a flop for 2K and the pot's going to be 6 whatever? Like, yeah, I might want to call.
He's gonna kick himself real hard if the deuce comes out here.
Absolutely he is. And that's the kind of scenario that we've seen him win before. He called 2 all-ins a couple weeks ago with 9-10 offsuit against like ace, king, and won, right? Like, that's the kind of dude that loves to see some flops and get into some spots where he's just gambling.
Well, that's the same guy who's going to just limp flat
Yeah.
95% of hands.
Yeah. Well, he's not in there, so the deuces will not be winning the hand, but we do have ace, king up
All
against
right,
the 2
I'm
black aces of Caitlin.
expecting deuce, deuce, 9 on the flop.
I don't.
I think a deuce on the turn is in order. I think
Whatever
it's
it is,
gonna be
he
pure
folded the winner.
pure flop and deuce on the turn. That's my take.
No, because you would never.
No. But I mean, that's why the deuce is gonna come on the turn. Just to show him that he should
Couldn't jump on that
have
landmine
somehow,
chase.
some way. I don't know.
I just lay him down there. What a step on it, go ahead.
I had a plan, a story, a prognostication. Sticking with it.
Ragnar Overby saying Caitlin looks bored with aces. At this point in the hand, when everyone else is folded, this is the point where I'm like, bam, aces.
Oh.
Like, I'm not holding back my excitement about this scenario at all. Once I
Ace-king
get
was not
called
drawing
and
dead
there's
on that
no more
turn.
action.
Sorry to
Like,
interrupt
I don't know
you.
what you're hiding there. So I think
Okay, Caitlin has ace.
Ace is going to hold through the first flop. Was not drawing dead for the ace-king, but is now drawing dead
yep.
to
Well,
a
ace.
6 on the river.
No, I'm just kidding. That's not good.
Ace is good.
Yeah. Didn't hit anything with ace king. I mean, it makes sense. 2 without dead. Wait, was there a deuce out there at all?
No deuces came. All of my prognostications were wrong, but they were fun. We are going to count down Caitlin's stack, get her doubled up.
I just don't have the, like, I don't have the willpower to, like, be stone-faced in that spot. There's no more action. Like, I'm like, I have aces. You are going to need to get
Son of a
lucky,
good
buddy.
player for sure.
Yeah.
You know, on the basis.
And then we've already agreed to how many runouts. Like,
we're
you can't do anything else. And I'm going to be excited about this because you just doubled me up, bro. Thank you.
JTN 1968 here, seemingly asking a question from like the beginning of the broadcast. He says he missed something. Why is Carolyn not going to be in the broom closet with you anymore?
Oh, we were just kidding. That was a joke.
Yeah, no, because I want to do a stream with Bones at some point,
yeah.
but that is not because Carolyn will be completely put out to pasture. That was the joke. But no, she'll be back. In any case, I'm going to leave Carolyn to fend for this pasture as I go use the restroom, and I will return momentarily.
Okay, have fun out there.
Double straddle.
Yelled at me.
Yeah, I wrote there.
Okay, yeah.
So not you.
Is that what you can have go? Yeah.
It's a double straddle like this.
Okay, it's just me back here now.
115, 8,
All
9,
right.
10, 1, 2.
Let's see what we got going on. Bones opening with ace-jack offsuit, folds around to Chase, who is back at the table. He reloaded for, I assume, 5K probably. And he's going to make the call with 4-3 offsuit. Slightly better than the Pratt nuts.
5 bets. 120.
King Kaya has pocket eights, and he's got the best of it right now.
120.
10, 7, 5 rainbow board.
For the stream not to be up on TV here.
And I imagine he's going to get this through. Chase has a gutter,
Because otherwise,
so
I
who
feel
knows?
like I should be checking my phone.
Oh, Chase called. Just kidding.
Do you watch the
4
stream?
and 5 checks.
Yeah.
7s and 8s. Still
I didn't watch
winning.
the stream after.
4 on the river gives Chase
I
a
watch
pair.
more while I play than after.
Check, 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 check.
Yeah.
8s are good. Oh, the dirt on AA Raj. Well,
What's your pitch?
he's
We didn't get stacked until after this.
called? I don't know. That's it.
Well, what's your? Oh, you're talking about the last one?
He's all right.
Like, you used to watch
Okay, just got word. News alert. Breaking news. 7 deuce is on.
550.
Read all the chat.
In case you're wondering, I don't think we've seen it.
For a while.
I think we've maybe seen it once so far today, and it was folded because I don't think the game was on prior to this moment.
What's the point?
JTN 1968. Aaron did say that, but it was a joke. David Pratt proposing that him and I do a stream. I am totally cool with that. I don't know that we can get a Monday stream, but one of these weeks, Aaron's gonna like maybe want to take a week off, and if that happens, it's me and you. You can mark that on your calendar for a future unspecified date.
You would strongly disapprove that fold.
We have a lot of sevens in play right now. 10-7, 9-7, 8-7. 9 on the flop. King Kaya has the best of it by far. Not gonna bet. Chase going to probably fold, I think. Yep. Folded, indeed. Five on the turn changes nothing. Deuce on the river, also a brick. And a pair of nines is good.
9 check, showdown.
And we will get to showdown.
We got 2 pairs.
6-9 off, obviously.
Dude, Pratt here in the chat trying to get rid of me.
Yeah.
Damn.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ragnar Overby asking if I've ever been on the Texas Poker Experience podcast. We'll put a little plug in there for Caitlin's podcast. I have not yet. So, you know, maybe someday in the future Caitlin will invite me, but at this point in time, no, I have not. Caitlin's podcast, find it on Spotify or something. I know it's on Spotify.
Yeah, I think you can find it wherever podcasts are found.
Yeah. It's on YouTube also. So you can watch them do the podcast. Which seems like when I first heard about people like watching podcasts, I was like, what's the point? Like, are you supposed to listen to it? Why do we need a video of it? But I actually think it's like, it does add something.
Well, it's just more stimulation,
Yeah.
right? If you're going to be like engaging with something, I mean, obviously if you're in the car and you're driving in traffic or whatever, like you're only going to be able to listen. But if you are sitting there looking for something to engage with, I think being able to see the people that are talking is just sort of a human nature. As Chaz here seems to be falling asleep with his bottle of Malibu, and by that I mean he contemplating
He is.
the fourth bet here from Matt with Ace King. Big Daddy Chaz here. Ace deuce suited. This is one of those hands where you 3-bet it and fold it.
Maybe you do.
Most sane people do. However, depending on how much time Chaz has had with the bottle of Malibu,
Yeah.
he may opt for a different course
Many
of action.
people who are that deep into a bottle of Malibu will indeed make that call.
If you're doing anything, it better be raise, not call with the ace deuce there. But Squirey wants to know who's producing today. That would be the infamous, the mysterious, the ethereal Kristen.
Yes, she's doing a wonderful job. She has gotten us through those bumps in the road that we experienced not long ago, and so hats off to her. She was my first choice of people to take over the action tracking and the production for me when I just said, man, I don't really feel like doing it anymore. Kristen would be really good at it though, and that has proven to be true. So
Yep, tagged her in.
I'm gonna give myself props for that.
Props given and received by the same person. Chaz will continue holding that bottle closely. Sparks will rock back and forth with his pretty fantastic little hoodie situation. Feels like he's like beach vibing with that. You know?
He's got the best hoodie collection, sweater collection. Not even hoodies necessarily, but just sweaters in general.
Be prepared for a misread on seat number 3.
Yep.
As I saw Caitlin's card get sort of thrown over to Keenan on top of the scanner. Yeah, he appears to be considering an open with 5-4 offsuit. It's possible. It's also entirely possible that is not actually what he has. Chase here with a couple of 7s on the
What
button,
did
not
Caitlin
going anywhere.
fold? Do we know?
It showed her as 8 deuce, I believe.
No, that was Sparks.
Oh,
Caitlin's
then I
hand
didn't
just
actually
read it
see.
all.
Maybe
Okay.
maybe they didn't scan because
So
one
she
of her
had
cards.
either a 5 or a 4 in her hand.
Very possibly, yeah. Chase here is going to call. Kaya will also call, channeling his inner Pratt. Gonna try to win this one
Well,
with the
suited
4
though,
deuce.
so I mean, it makes sense.
I mean, it's 4 deuce. Suited or otherwise, it's hot garbage. Checky and Checky. Chase here with effective 3rd pair. Could stab for 1/3 pot, just sort of see what happens, but checks back. Up and down straight draw for 4 deuce now. Real possibilities at making the nuts. King Kaya will bet what looks to be half pot here, 250 to go. Keenan, if he did have a pair of 5s, just let it go, but I don't even know that I believe that.
Yeah. I'm going to guess he had like ace-4 of hearts or something.
Yeah, I think that's more fair.
Although that's a gutter, an ace-high.
Chase, though, here not going anywhere yet, as he is a non-believer. Are several draws available out there. 7 of clubs here does not complete any of those, and does give him a set. So this bet of 300 is doing absolutely nothing to get Chase out of the hand. In fact, I think this is a perfectly fine spot to go for a raise, try to get value out of a good queen, maybe even some 2-pair draws. Or sorry, 2 pairs that will think that you're on some sort of busted draw. I just merged all of that into 2 words. 3 words? 2-pair draws, yeah. Anyways, it is going to be a raise back over to Kaya, who has 4 high. He has nut low. And while he is pinching the chin and seemingly thinking about his options, he will be doing nothing other
While
than
Kaya is
folding.
thinking about this, I want to just point out Keenan is saying well hydrated, and that is a key to being a successful poker player.
Indeed.
So, bring that big gallon of water with you to the table and drink it.
Sparks doing a little hypnosis on Caitlin over there.
JTN1968, Carolyn, is there any truth to the rumor I'm starting that you're coming to TCH Dallas for the meetup game on April 24th? Well, JTN1968, I mean, it's not a rumor. I have absolutely 0 plans thus far. However, that doesn't mean it's not possible.
So Kaya blocks the 4-6 backdoor runner straight, and I guess I'm going to give him credit for thinking about running some sort of spectacular 3-bet bluff there, but he does just end up folding, which should have happened about a minute and a half ago, but does just, you know, sort of contemplate his way into the fold. I mean, I'm fine whenever you block the nuts to like think about it and be like, wait a minute, should I go for it here? It's just really tough. And we can see that Chase had a hand that was like, if you have 4-6, like, fine, fuck you, you get the money. But, you know, it was calling any bet, right?
Speaking of things happening in Dallas in the future, just going to remind everyone again that next Tuesday is the last hearing for the Save Dallas Poker issue. And we would love to see as much support as possible out there. So it is 10:30 a.m. All the information is available on SaveDallasPoker.com. Share with anybody you know who plays poker in Texas or elsewhere or wherever. Get the word out to everybody so that we can have as much support as possible at that hearing.
Keenan, for the love of the game, opens the
No, for the
7
deuce game is on. It is on.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, 7 deuce is on. Okay, so not just for the love of the game. He is playing the 7 deuce game because it is on. And Big Daddy Chaz will be folding. And that looks to be a lovely bounty from everybody. 50 bucks ahead.
Let's go.
So add the 440 in the pot with the 400 from everybody at the table. And that's a pretty chunky little wager.
Yeah.
Or just pot. I don't know. Wager didn't really count there. Looking at the chip counts, King Kai is still up on top, 11.7K in the stack, all the way down to. Is it still? Was it still Caitlin that's sitting on the shortest stack? I think.
Yeah, he did.
She's got almost
doubled
4 though.
up, but
It's fine.
But yeah, she's got almost 4. I think she's still the shortest stack.
That's just a
Chase is on around 4 as well, so a couple of stacks down around the 4K range.
Thank you, appreciate it. One double straddle is 50.
Big Daddy Chaz and a mostly empty bottle of
You
Malibu.
take your phone off the rail.
Name a more iconic duo.
Keenan had 7 deuce that
I
hand,
can't
so
think
he
of
took 50 off your stock.
Alright, so one double
Batman.
straddle, 50, 2 fold.
I went and saw The Batman over
Oh, how
the
was
weekend.
it? I want to see it.
It was entertaining.
Okay.
It was
that's-
entertaining enough. So, like, I'm pretty critical of movies that come out these days because most of the time I just find them to be, like, overproduced and just not, like, worth the effort.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm a cynic, I suppose. But it was entertaining.
So that's a glowing review from you. Like you didn't say
Yeah,
so.
no. Like, there are plenty of movies that I've seen where I'm just, like, rolling my eyes the whole time and can't wait to get out of the theater. This was not one of those. So, yeah, no, it was a pretty good review.
That's good.
Yeah.
Um,
Some things are happening here. Raised 350 from Sparks. Chase makes the call ace-3 offsuit. Bones will slam his chips into the middle with a couple of ducks, and Chaz will complete. We're going to go 4 ways to a flop here. 1.5K in the middle with some very speculative holdings. Ace-high board here. Ace-10 is best. Chaz has a pair. Chase has a pair. Bones has a pair. Everybody has a pair. Sparks should be betting small here. 1,500 in the middle. I'd like to see 300 from him. He's going to go slightly larger than that. 500. And snap call from Chase.
4,000?
What is it right now, Casey?
What is it? 2,400? 2,400 now.
All right.
6 of spades here on the turn could slow things down. Sparks no longer has a strong incentive to continue building the pot unless it is for a very small amount.
Ragnar Overbeat, not shocked by the fact that you are, in fact, a cynic.
It's like not even distributed.
Sparks will continue for said small size. That's 500. Does get a quick call from Chase. Needs to fade a 3. Does. An 8, a 6, or a
Would you say that
something else. A 3. Where those were the dangerous cards. Gets a 10. Now makes aces up.
Yeah.
And 3.5K in the middle. I think this is a perfect spot for a block bet. 3.5K, I'd bet 1K.
that's what I would assume?
You can get called by a worse ace. And yeah, 1,100, perfect spot here for Sparks to get paid. And Chase has got to feel pretty gross about this. This is just value town. 500, 500, 1,100. Are you kidding me? What the hell are you doing ever? Like, what are your bluffs? Queen 10 with a queen of spades? Like, yeah, it just doesn't exist. Does makes the call. We'll find out the bad news
Yeah.
and pay it off.
I mean, I think the lesson to be learned and taken from that is that ace-3 offsuit, in most cases,
Sucks fat
just
donkey dick.
fold it, man.
Yeah.
And if you didn't just fold it pre-flop and you don't hit like a flop that's like, oh, ace-3-3, then just fold it after when someone's betting into you. When they raise pre-flop, I don't know.
Yep. No, I mean, I think that's pretty fair. So that goes for most disconnected hands, especially the unsuited varieties, right? Like you could take a 3, like take a 3 by itself and be like, all right, and what card do you want to have with it that's unsuited? And you'd be like, fuck, none of them, right?
A 3. I want another 3.
Exactly.
That's the
but
only
after
card
3,
unsuited.
you're like, ace? Question mark? But that hand
I'd
still
rather have 4, I
blows.
think.
Well, that one's
Easier
going to
to
be
fold.
easy. It's going to be
easier
easier to fold. Exactly.
So I
That's
agree
what gives it
that
the
a
value.
4 is better than an ace.
Sure.
Suited, different story.
Sure. But generally speaking, that's how, let's say, like newer or weaker players to the game can start to do a little bit of analysis on how they play the game. It's like, think about the cards that you're playing. Think about any two random combinations of cards that you're playing, and then think about how often you're going to flop really good versus how often you're going to flop nothing versus how often you're going to flop something, but like probably not great. And that analysis by itself, which sounds like, what kind of idiocy are you spouting right now, Aaron, can actually be very enlightening, because that's sort of like the baseline to how you construct a range in poker. Is like, what happens when I play this hand? 6-5 suited. What happens when I play 6-5 suited? A lot of times I flop nothing and I fold it.
Yes.
Other times I flop
The nuts.
the
And I
nuts
get paid.
and I'm great and I feel amazing about it.
And
Or
in
like a
lot
really
of
strong draw.
cases, I get paid when I either, you know, that's the thing about those hands like 4-3 and 6-5 and those hands. It's like either you're flopping something super strong and getting paid, or you have an easy fold. And that's what makes it playable.
Yeah, and there are other times, like certainly 6-5 can flop like a pair and a gut shot, right? And that's not easy to fold. However,
You can improve, you know?
you can improve, and the strength of your hand becomes so much more well-defined, because like pair of sixes in a gut shot, like you're never like, woohoo, put all the money in the middle, you
Right.
know? You're just never doing that. Whereas like top pair can oftentimes be like, put all the money in the middle,
Right.
depending on how many chips you have behind and how big the pot is. So ace 3, flop top pair, sometimes you're just like, fuck it, we put all the chips in the middle. Flop a pair of sixes and a gut shot, you're just rarely like, oh, like raring to go, get all the money in the middle. Anyways, I'm going down that road a little bit hard, but we do have a pair of sevens and a turned heart flush draw here for Chase. Caitlin on the mystery hand. Check bet call here on the flop. Check once again on the turn. Chase will continue. Third pair. Nut kicker, and the heart flush draw. Definitely a spot where
Yeah.
I'm checking back most of the time. This is a bet that is targeting an 8, but an 8 with a kicker that can't really continue, and whether or not he got her to lay her hand down that was something in that ballpark, it is just going to win the hand. Oftentimes that's a spot where you're up against a weaker holding and you actually just push them out because
Right.
the king is sort of scary and the bet is kind of scary, and you'd actually be better off with a bet check bet line, especially in position. If they check for a third time, you can always go for value with the pair of sevens ace kicker, but when you bet the turn, they just fold, you lose the potential for that value. Anyways, we are going to continue along. Looking back at the chat, I see Friendy Jember has recently subscribed. Thank you so much for that. Welcome to the team.
That's
Oh,
really
120.
20.
Okay, much better, much better. I'm sorry. My apologies.
And let's see here. I'm trying to scroll back up to see when we can gamble again. As I think we're getting close to the time. Let's see. I gambled at 7:56. So I am 1 minute away from when I can gamble again, which means that Pratt is just about ready to gamble. And he definitely won that. It was him, then Carolyn. So Pratt will set the stage for how we do the next one. I really need to get one back against Pratt, dude. I'm stuck 60 against this dude.
JTN 1968, new chat conversation. What should he have for dinner? I would suggest, are you cooking this or are you ordering it first?
It's a good question.
Because,
Sparks ditching the King Jack
I mean,
suited
cooking
here.
limits a lot of things.
This was
Yeah.
a
Oh,
$120 straddle from Chase. Limp, large raise to 625 from Big Daddy Chaz. KJ Clubs goes into the muck. Now King Kaya here thinking about what to do after open limping the 3-deuce suited, and he's about to call. This is not a recommended play unless you flop the joint. Bones will make the call. We came here to gamble. 2K in the middle. 3 ways. Big Daddy Chaz in position with the betting lead. Needs to fade all of the baby cards and can't do it. Oh, wait, no, sorry. I thought that
Yeah,
was a
Bones
set.
is a-
I
yeah.
apologize. I thought that was a set for Bones. That is not.
Oh, and Chaz has top pair.
Yeah, top pair for Chaz is actually quite good here.
Yeah.
Well, most of the time it is, especially here as he has 2 players that might continue. for this small sizing, 1/3 pot.
875.
A little bit over, 875 to go.
Anyways, as far as dinner suggestions, I mean, my suggestion is almost 100% of the time, like steak. Just eat steak all day, every day.
Steak is
That's my
quite good.
favorite thing.
Kaya is lining up a call here, which I think when you limp and call a hand like 3 deuce suited and flop bottom pair with a gut shot and a bottom pair with 2 backdoors, like, yeah, what else were you hoping for? Jack of spades on the turn is not the card that you wanted to see to improve the strength of your hand, and Chaz now sitting on a very strong position here. King Kaya will check. Chaz will check back. Needs to dodge a 2 or 3. Will. 6 of spades here on the end. And let's see if Kaya gets creative with the bottom pair here and randomly fires out a bet. I mean, this is a spot where you should be checking 100% of the time, or maybe block betting for like 1/7 pot.
Go ahead.
He is looking around. Shuffling
What happened
chips
here?
in his hand.
What did I miss, man?
I think
read the
Kaya
chat
is
for,
still
like, a
trying to
second.
decide. I think Kaya's still trying to figure it out. We're still waiting on the 6 of spades to be read, but
Now it's a 9.
okay, can't get the card to read, so we will punch that in manually, and it will be on Kaya to go first.
Sorry about that.
He is checking. The deck has been dropped. Chaz here should go for a small sizing. I think 1,200 is like how you get paid by all of the like pocket 7s of the world and shit. You could also go big and hope to get heroed by them. Bet something like 2.5. I don't hate 2.5. I think you run the risk of getting your opponent to fold quite a few weaker hands.
What is that? 2050?
2350, I think.
Oh, 23.
2250. Yeah, which is, I mean, it's all effectively the same, right? King Kaya here has to decide if he's just going to hero off against busted hearts that didn't make a pair, because he literally beats nothing that isn't just totally busted hearts. This is the infamous bet check bet line, which like on a front door board like this, the bet check bet is sort of like your best line to get paid by a weak holding like bottom pair here. So I like the move from Chaz. Let's see whether or not Kaya pays it off. Kaya is seemingly the type of guy that makes these calls and just sort of raises the middle finger to all of the bluffs of the world and says, you can't bluff me and you can value bet the shit out of me at the same time. As producer Carolyn over here trying to figure out how to plug things into an outlet.
This has to be a fire hazard. I'm just gonna point that out.
Hey,
There are
the daisy
so
chain.
many extension cords into extension cords back here. All I
Don't
know
knock
is
the
that
daisy
the
chain, yo.
charger for this laptop doesn't work.
Well, it's because
Despite-
you're clearly fucking plugged into something that's not working.
I already did that.
Yeah, but it's not working because it's not plugged in over here. And-
Really? Try again, buddy.
Gotcha. Get fucked. Sorry that
Whatever.
I'm
It was
Jesus.
plugged in.
I
to
am
be fair.
Jesus,
It
and
was-
you are fucking Judas, bitch. You heard it here first?
All right.
Don't try to kill me later. I'll come back for you. But then, I don't know where all these fucking Jesus jokes just came from, but I just, you know, created them. I hope
think
you enjoyed
just,
them. And I also hope
think
I
you
didn't
just
offend
probably
anyone.
lost a whole bunch of.
Yeah, the
viewers.
viewership just went down to 12. Ah, damn it. The whole congregation just... No, I'm kidding. All right, King Kaya is still in the tank here. I mean, I think at this point he's going to call. You don't tank it out this long with a pair of deuces in the fold, do you? Okay, he does. He folds.
Good fold. Good fold.
Yeah, a fold that probably should have happened a fair bit ago, but does let it go.
Yeah, you didn't lose the deuce 7.
Chaz will drag the pot.
That would have been sick if you was right and you showed deuce 7.
I mean, I'm just saying, there's a lot of extension cords back here, and the one that I'm currently using is not plugged into the wall. It's plugged into another extension cord.
Yeah,
which
but
is
you didn't
eventually
check the
plugged
integrity
into.
of the daisy chain. That's all you had to do.
All I'm saying
I
is that
snap
it's a
fixed
fire
it.
hat. Yeah, whatever. It was plugged in. It just wasn't plugged in well.
And whose fault was that?
Not mine. I'm not the one who plugged it in the first place.
But you tried to plug into the one that was plugged in
I'll tell you what,
improperly.
and then I'll put the work on.
Yeah.
3 of spades.
Laying down the law
Oh,
here, people.
David Pratt.
Laying down the law.
Interrupting this
I've been doing it the other way.
argument about fucking extension cords to remind us that it is time.
Wait, it's time to gamble again?
Yeah.
I thought we just did that.
I don't know. He said it's time.
Oh, no. I talked about it, and then I forgot about it, and now it's back. Yes. Okay. Who's going first? Who's going second?
He
You're
said
going
he's
first?
going.
Who's going second? Mr.
David.
Pratt.
You must decide.
7 call. Heads up. 3 of spades and the burns.
10, 8 of spades here for Sparks. Flops 2 spades, and backdoor straight draw. Bones here defending from the straddle position with queen high. Does have the best hand at the moment, but clearly cannot defend
Yeah,
against any continued aggression.
984.
We are beating David Pratt.
Oh,
Who goes next? Because
good.
I want to go next. I want to beat this 1 with a 2.
yeah. Who goes? Oh, Jesus goes next, according to David Pratt. So that's you. All
No,
right.
no, he says Jesus, not Judas.
Yeah, you go next.
Oh, I thought you said Judas, which would have been you.
I said Jesus.
Okay. I'm going. I'm beating a 1, guaranteed.
You could tie a 1. So
If
let's
I
not
roll
get
a
ahead
1,
of
I will
ourselves.
throw this tablet through the wall. 84. Beat that, Judas.
And
Yeah, get wrecked.
99.
No
Let's
chance.
go.
No chance. If that
Stream
happens,
labs.
I will also throw the tablet through the wall.
Eh.
Yeah. Give me this money. Pay this man his money. All right, I'm back down to only 40.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm quite pleased with this.
Good. I'm
Against
glad
Pratt.
that you are glad.
Very glad. Big shout out to everybody tuning in. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here tonight.
Yes, thanks for
TCH
sticking
Monday,
it out through the technical difficulties.
The great blackout
Hanging
of
tough.
2022.
Yeah.
Jack here on the turn. Sparks still best with king high. Chase on the 9 high. And now playing the board. Will check it over, and Sparks has no reason to do anything other than be like, is king high good?
King
I think
high
it probably is.
Probably good.
And it is.
David Pratt trying to argue the high-low argument here, where he gets half because he has the net low.
We have our hourly / daily, nightly, whatever
what the hell, man?
chat neg in the chat. Thank you so much for that.
Yes,
Do
Matthew
appreciate you
Lesko.
tuning in. If you
We
would like
appreciate
to
you, regardless
subscribe
of your
and hit the bell notification, you will be notified every time these clowns are on the air. So yeah, happy to have you. Thank you for tuning in.
I'm more worried
Look
about
forward
that.
to seeing you each and every night this week because you love this so much. In all reality, we do really appreciate you guys. Thank you much for tuning in. And we do our best to entertain, to commentate the game, to give good feedback about the analysis of the poker strategy. And anyone that is tuned in for more than 30 seconds would probably realize that we do have a pretty balanced approach to this
Yeah.
commentary.
I mean, sometimes we get in the weeds a little bit, but it's
Oh, of course we
pretty
do.
short-lived, I would say.
It is. Colby here has aces,
I don't
and
think
he's
getting
going to
any
win.
action. Yeah, what a bummer for him.
I mean,
He
who,
didn't
who,
lose
who
well.
could have
Glad I
called
didn't
that
have
fucking better than
Taking
that?
the 50 out.
Colby gets aces and wins.
Good job.
I hope
That
you're
was
happy.
A+ commentary.
Thanks, dude. That one was for Matthew. That one was for
You did a
Matthew.
great job.
Thanks, dude. Thank you. You know what? You're awesome.
David Pratt. You should definitely tune in on Thursdays. if you
Watch me
think-
punt off my stacks, repeatedly
there's
getting
that,
coolered
but if
by
you-
clowns.
David Pratt this is a little self-deprecating humor.
Oh,
because
he was
what
in the
he's
booth.
saying
That's right.
Is that if you think this is bad, just wait till you hear Thursday.
Wait till you hear David and David in the booth and the nonstop.
They're great too.
Oh no, it's fantastic. I rewatched it and it was really funny. The amount of commentary about the 4 deuce and Pratt just like willing someone to play it was very entertaining.
Was it me? It was probably me. I played some.
Yeah, I don't remember if you tried
no,
to play
that
the 4
Lottie
deuce.
Lottie was really good.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, and you weren't on the table, so
That's what I'm saying, last time I played. We're on the
get
same
it
page.
straight. Are we? Page 99 of 88. I don't know what's happening anymore. Anywho, we're on to the next hand. 5, 10, and 25.
You're even good. You're even good without the tag.
So far, I would say that we've had a pretty entertaining night. No huge hands, right? Like we haven't seen any like 10K pots. We haven't.
We did miss something where Chase lost a lot of chips.
Chase did lose about 4K.
So disappointing.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that we missed that. Chase is going to get back in the mix here, raise it up to 130. King Kaya has a connected hand. How could you fold this? The answer is you can't.
It's not that time yet.
Will need to put another red chip out there eventually. Taking his time, though, in doing so. Bones will complete, Queen Jack suited, and all of the chips, minus the red chip that Kaya really does have to put out there. Oh, wait, never mind. He put an extra green, so he gets some change there. There it is. Okay, 3 ways to a flop. Jack high, a couple of spades, 1 heart. Bones here with the toppest of pairs. King Kaya
King Kaya
with
has
second
a-
pair and up and down.
Yeah. I think
Beat you
he's
to it.
Folding anytime right now.
Chase here, though. Going to continue betting.
Who
380.
knows? I think Chase has 2 spades.
2 spades,
Going out on a
perhaps pocket kings. Plenty of holdings that would continue here from Chase. Also just complete air balls like ace 5 of diamonds. You never know. We are going to get 2 calls, though, so check, bet, call, call. 3 ways to a turn. Whole lot of not enough chips in the pot to make change. Everything gets sorted out as we will indeed go to a turn 3 ways. Chase the effective stack, 2.3K, fumble on the turn. Ace of hearts will not improve any of the hands that we can see. Natural check from Bones. Chase here, quick check behind, and now King Kaya will check as well. King of spades here brings in the front door spade flush draw. Bones will hold as far as we can tell with the pair of
I
jacks.
will be very surprised if Bones' hand is best here. Would you like to bet on?
I think Bones' hand is best,
I will bet.
but I don't
no.
think he's going to call.
If we get to, I don't even care if he
Let it
calls.
jack.
Ace jack of spades.
No, he wasn't.
Jack 7.
Oh, Jack
seven
7 spades.
I
Jack
win.
7 spades. Wait, I thought you said the Bones hand was best.
No, I said that Bones' hand is not best, and you said I think Bones' hand is best.
Yeah, ace jack of spades.
What did we bet? That bottle? Yeah, you win. Ow. Ragnar Overby, you can't just say that all the commentators at TCH are awesome. Thanks, man.
Are awesome?
Appreciate it. Awesome. They're awesome. The awesome motherfuckers are awesome. Yes, thank you. Words are hard, all right? Leave me
In case
alone.
you are unaware, we are here in Austin, Texas, and this week is South by Southwest.
And we're awesome.
And it's the first time it's back in 2 years. Do you have any intention to visit any of the South by Southwest events?
I may be going later in the week. I hear there are some good free shows, and so I might go peep some of those. But yeah, I didn't buy any tickets or look far enough out in advance to know who's going to be here and when. So I'm winging it.
Yeah, as am I. My husband has a couple plans to see some things, but
thrash
they're
metal.
like,
I mean,
maybe, I don't know.
just.
I'm not playing. That's not my plan. But, yeah, so we're you know, if something comes up or we are made aware of something, if anybody has any good suggestions, let me know.
Yeah,
My
let us know in
problem
the
is I
chat.
just like don't want to stand in line for anything at all. I don't care what it is. I don't want to stand in line.
Money.
I don't even care. It better be if it's a lot of money, sure. Otherwise, eh. Like
I
if
have
you're like, if you
$20.
stand in this line for no, I'm not. I would rather pay somebody $20 to stand in line for me.
Yeah.
That's a thing.
Okay.
Too. I don't know.
It
if you
is.
know that.
It is.
Yeah.
All right, dealer change, but no bomb pot as has been established. This looks like Sal. It is Sal. The recurrence of the Sal.
Squiroo highlighting all of the
Yeah, Jack.
awesome things about TCHLive, particularly here in Austin, where no other stream has a fire hazard, a hole in the wall, and a fake producer all at the same time.
Or a buzzed up AA Ron. Don't forget that.
You have middle pair.
Pratt not leaving his house because he can't, because he lives near the convention center right now.
And he's an introvert.
He might have had a queen.
Even if he wasn't, you can't get very far. Like if you didn't, like if you were like, oh, I'm gonna go to TCH, like no, you're not. Good luck.
I don't know. I'd be charging people $150 to park on my lawn, or like my concrete.
I don't think he has a lawn.
I don't know.
A block from the convention center, I will be very
I'm
surprised.
kidding, but like, I just am hearkening back to the days in Madison when football Saturday would come along, and people that just had like
oh, yeah.
residences
space, you
anywhere near
Hell yeah.
the campus and the auditorium. No, what
not
is it? It's a freaking field, a stadium, a stadium. Thank you. Words
You're
are hard. And people would just be charging. You'd packing these things in. You'd have station wagons parked in behind vans, parked in behind freaking, you know,
Easy money.
F-350s, and you're making $75 a truck or whatever. I mean, it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing.
Yeah,
Sparks
you
here
can-
playing at 7 deuce. We got a real game going on here. King Kaya, A6 offsuit. Will not be going anywhere. We are going to see a flop. Limp call from Kaya. Raise here from Sparks. Does have the betting lead. Going to play out of position with the 7 Dewey and does fade an ace or a 6. So should be able to get this one through with a C bet. 250, 225.
We just asked.
No, 150. Small bet still gets it done and
There you
drag
go.
the.
Well done. Well done. Well
What
done.
are those called?
7
Contributions.
deuce. Who
The
got it?
antes. The
Bounties?
bounties. Thank you.
Aaron, you're having a very
What happened?
time.
Like, did I don't even
That's
remember.
what I said to do.
Listen.
David Pratt,
Linda.
clarifying, not an introvert, an extrovert.
not?
He just happens to despise humans.
I think he did, but I'm not sure.
Different.
Yeah.
Big difference.
Derek?
And I agree, there is a very big
What
difference.
did it say?
Sorry, buddy. I grossly exaggerated
Last hand,
your
Colby see his hand pre-flop.
social
Did Colby
abilities
see his hand pre-flop?
or something. The look on
I'm so
your face,
confused about
just dead
much-
eyes.
So many things that are going on in the chat right now. Did I just call Pratt a Hindenburg? I don't know what that means.
A Hindenburg?
And then,
A Hinden? You don't know what the Hindenburg
well, I know,
was?
but did I just call him that? I don't get it.
A gas bag?
Thought he was here.
But that's the thing. Squire chimed in with, is he gaseous? Does he float marginal hands? Does he pronounce humanity in a strange manner?
We're all going down with the ship on this one. Thanks, guys. We appreciate y'all hanging out with us and just embracing the ridiculosity. That is 100%
you guys
a
are
word.
keeping me entertained, so thank you.
75.
Me as well. I know I beat you guys like 15 minutes ago, but I'm really curious about when I could beat you again.
At 7.
That is
Or, I mean,
at
7.
a little after 9.
9.
9:05. All right, 9:05.
The clock on this computer is wrong, just to be fair. I said at 7.
Have
but
you not sprung forward with
No,
the
this
force
clock
of
has been
1,000
wrong
ostriches?
forever. It says 6:45. It's not my computer. It belongs to Texas Card House.
I need one of those.
One of these. You can have this one.
Is that 220?
I don't know. I saw how floppy that thing was earlier. It didn't seem like a good one to have.
Well, you think you're gonna get a better one?
Yeah.
Wrong.
Christmas tree.
Yeah, Judas only gets the shittiest of laptops
It's Wally.
or
I see Wally.
You watch the call?
tablets.
This is actually a
I
nice,
don't know about recently.
definitely a nice tablet.
Well, then clearly something has gone wrong with the pecking order,
I'm gonna call it the Timmy Bear.
Judas.
I'm gonna call this.
Yeah, here's the thing. I can't watch this anymore. Hold
You
on.
can't
Did you miss
even.
that?
You
Did
can't
miss-
even.
7, 8.
I was about to do something, and then I freaking forgot.
All right, chat. You guys
Time I'm bringing him to round.
better. Oh, there it is again.
He came to launch.
1 fold.
Chase has got an epic straddle going on.
2 folds.
Oh yeah, that looks like red cock and green balls. It's a festive
And 3 folds.
wager.
What is it?
Yeah, the
220?
It was 8 queen suited. That's a winner. Deservedly so.
Hard to believe it's only checked outside for 5.
Do you ever look down at a hand that just sucks ass and just think this is the one?
Yeah.
Yes, all the time.
Anyone in particular?
All of them.
You lost 50.
Oh.
When I fold. Whenever I fold.
Oh, when you just raise with something. Pardon me. You know you shouldn't.
Oh, on occasion. Yeah, but
Oh,
it's
man,
usually
where'd it go?
something like Jack 3 or something.
Jack 3.
It's
Jesus
my new
fuck.
pet hand, actually. I'm not going to lie.
Jack 3.
Jack 3 suited is my new pet hand. Particularly clubs. I like a lot.
Yeah, that was a long
Jack
face.
3 of clubs. Probably raise it.
That was really
I think I generally tend to channel something like a Gordon special, like King 5 suited in like a dumb spot where I just
Jack
like
3
cold
suited,
4
King
and I'm
5
like,
suited,
yeah.
like, oh, not like facing a raise.
Well,
I'm
that's
not a
because you're weak
crazy
as
person.
fuck and like don't have a spine. But like, yeah. You heard it here first, people. Bones here on the 7 Dewey.
Kobe is because
Gonna raise it up to 125. Sparks will make the call on the button.
good discipline, Caitlin.
Caitlin will fold the ace tray suited. Facing the call in between, I wouldn't hate a call there from her. Chase on the unsuited dirty diaper, the dirtiest of diapers. He will make the call, and King Kaya will squeeze out of the
I just want to be clear. The
straddle.
dirty diaper is the unsuited variety. If it were suited, it wouldn't be dirty.
Would it be a clean diaper?
Yeah,
Nobody ever talked about a
exactly.
clean diaper.
Nobody, yeah, because it's less
Clean?
interesting,
Listen,
but it's better.
Linda. Deuce
Nobody
3,
it's still not good. It's still
Little
a diaper.
slick, little
I
slick,
do love
dirty
Little Slick.
diaper, or the, what's the other one?
I don't know.
The big squeeze, the little squeeze, the squeezy deezy, the... Somebody
no
help me
idea
out.
what-
Somebody help me out. What is the other word for the 3 deuce? The other term for the 3 deuce.
I just want shout out to Squire Roo, who's very frustrated with the fact that the United States observes daylight savings time, and I agree because f that,
F4? What?
f that.
F, Alt
Daylight
F4?
savings, like just.
Oh,
let's
you're
just-
ready to be done with it?
I mean, I'm ready to be done with changing the time twice a year. That's dumb.
I'm on board with that. I think
As
I
is
think
like
that would be
95% of the U.S. population.
yeah. I think changing the clock is
Silly. I think you know what
Unnecessary.
we should do.
change the clock every weekend.
No, I think we should just
Oh.
stop. changing.
1 raises to 150.
Just boycott the time change.
Like as individuals, not as states.
Yeah.
Oh man, that'll work out so well for
It's
you.
going to work out really good for me personally. In that
The
I'm
skinny
not gonna
poker
lose
monkey
an hour.
says it's the skinny. That's what it is.
Oh. What
Yeah.
were you saying?
I can't remember. Don't ask me these questions. 3 ways to a flop. Keenan with sailboats. Bones, king, tray, suited, and sparks. The original razor with top 2 pair, because that's what you do. However, he's up against bottom set, and we could see a lot of chips go in here between Keenan and Sparks. Keenan, the effective stack, 4.7K. Stacked pot ratio, just about 10. A lot of chips need to go in quickly in order for all of the chips to go in. However, with the front door spade draw and some interesting wheel possibilities, I think that the check raise here from Keenan to 1K is part of the deal. He's going to check call, and that is not how you get all the chips in with bottom set. Spade on the turn will fuck everything up, and there it is. This is why you don't do it. Sparks does have the ace of spades, so he can actually feel quite confident in betting, targeting weaker aces. But now can Keenan credibly check raise with just a set? The answer is likely no. Stack spot ratio 4.5. Sparks will continue, as he should. Bet of 7 1/4 here, and Keenan is in a spot where he just needs to call, which is going to rob him of his full equity. If the board pairs on the end that is not a 7, he's dead. 7 or 4, I apologize. 7 or 4, he's dead. If it is a 7 or a 4, then Sparks unlikely to want to put too many more chips in the middle. And if it's another spade, things will really get out of order. So Keenan really playing this one to win the minimum. Does check call on the turn. 2.4K in the middle, 3.7 behind, SPR 1.5, and a river 5 of diamonds. Safe for the 4s. Set of 4s will win. If he checks it over, though, Sparks could...
I think he checks it back.
I don't know. He's got top 2. He does check. Keenan does check. I think Sparks is too good to check this back. And that sounds dumb, but, like, Sparks is going to target something like ace-jack off here.
Sure.
Right? Like, this is versus the small blind. Small blind is generally going to have a very tight, narrow range. And you haven't been raised at any point in the hand, so you've got to think that top 2 is good. And you're really targeting ace-jack here. Keenan could also flat ace-queen every once in a while. I think Sparks is going to have to go for it, and then the question is whether or not Keenan goes for the re-raise all in. Or the raise all in.
I don't think he will.
Sparks, though, is really thinking this one through, trying to figure out what he beats and in what way. I mean, he's too good to check this back, right? Like, good players will always go for thin value when presented with the opportunity. This is one of those spots where you are actually value owning yourself, but, like, you can't do anything other than bet here. Sparks just too good of a player. Now, Keenan, 1.5K, this bet is actually small enough where you could check raise all in for value. He's going to make the call, though, and Sparks is going to sort of be like, wow, here you go, take my money.
Yeah, Sparks like, okay, I think I lost the minimum there.
Yeah, the fact that Sparks could have fully doubled his opponent and didn't is going to feel like he won that hand. And that's sort of the differentiator between the best players and anybody less, is like in the spots where you could have literally lost the maximum and don't, that's a testament to you. You won, literally. Like, you should have lost the max, so you didn't. That's a win.
I always feel like
Notch
that's a
in the
win.
belt.
25 points in 4 minutes.
Squirroo here in the chat saying flush got there, straight got there. Yeah, no, that's the problem. Like, when you have bottom set, if you aren't raising with anything at all, right? Like, if you're not raising with bottom set, what are you raising with? Is sort of the question, right? I mean, what could you raise with? Just your draws or ace 4 or something, right? Like, okay, you can raise with those. That's all fine and dandy, but you should be raising with bottom set because you completely unblock all of the best hands, aces,
225.
being the best hand out there that will pay you off. Bottom set, always fantastic, especially on a front door board like that with spades. Put the money in before the spade comes in and scares the action.
Yes.
Anyways, just the tip here with Ron.
Good job.
8-6, queen, jack, ace 5, 3 ways to a flop, bones the pre-flop aggressor.
David Pratt saying he shoves there with a set 100% of the time. That is a lie.
He says he also hates money.
Blew my fucking mind. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Ace 9 deuce here. Matt gonna flop bust and does check back. 10 of clubs on the turn. Both Matt and Chase controlling a club. Chase with the superior club. Bones picks up an up and down straight draw, and with choose 2 diamonds, this is a bet fold spot for him. So pretty good spot to go ahead and fire away. If his opponent's fold, great. If not, then he's done with the hand unless he improves. Of course, Matt not going anywhere with the top pair and the 5 of clubs kicker. Chase here with a gut shot on the dummy end. This is not a good hand. It should be folded. Chase is going to peel, though, and will improve to the best hand on a club river or a 7. See what we get here. It is a 5 of diamonds and top pair and 4th pair for Matt here will be best if we get to showdown. Both Chase and Bones working with high cards, and by high cards I mean bad cards.
Queen high, not great. 8 high, really not great.
Getting just called in 2 spots, though, is peculiar. Bones may just have sort of bottom of range here. Oh, he's already checked. Okay, Bones has already shut it down. Matt is betting for value, and this should be 2 quick folds. Chase, the only player with blockers to a reasonable check raise, and he's not going to go for it. The 8 of clubs is sort of the key card here, as the... oh, no, I take it back. I apologize.
Take it all back.
Well, I was thinking there was a straight out there, but it was not. So the 8 of clubs, 7 of clubs could have been the key cards, but they weren't because that was the 5 of diamonds, not the 6. And therefore, everything I had to say was wrong. Carolyn will BRB, and you all will be hanging out with just me for a moment. As we move into the final hour of the broadcast here, up to 198 likes on the counter. Thank you guys so much for what you have done. If you have not struck the like button with the force of 1,000 ostriches, we would appreciate you doing so at your earliest opportunity. We do have a new player taking a seat here. We'll see who we've got. Avishai is dropping in here. All right. Very good. Looks to be buying in for close to the minimum. All right, 1,500 is the initial buy-in here from Avishai. Caitlin going to open the hijack, ace-7 suited, 150 to go on a 25 or 50, probably $50 straddle here. Yeah, Avishai here doing some inventory. As we do fold through to Chaz in the $50 straddle, and he's done with it as well, so Caitlin will take it down.
Yeah. And if anyone else...
That will be the end of that.
Okay, well...
Once again, looking at the chip count, Sparks up on almost 12K. Chase rounding things out down at 3.1. Bones next to bottom at 4.2. Mancanor Midnight says, I did not know they have poker in Texas. Well, welcome to the future.
I got you, dude. I'm a generous guy.
And then follows it up with Monopoly money. That makes sense. I don't know where you came from, but welcome to the stream. And I hope you enjoy your stay. I hope you also enjoy the fact that this is real, actual money. And really, actually, poker in Texas. And yeah, that's the reality. Welcome to the future, man.
I agree. We're keeping it.
5, 10, 25, and 50. Love to see it. Caitlin will release.
Wrestle him to the ground and we
Keenan here.
I think is the path we're going to.
Does he have the pay as
Follow
a
suit. Avishai, ace tray, no good.
All right, we're taking 50 from your stack.
Wait, so is it on the same? I'm kidding, okay.
Over and around at Chaz. Nothing going on here, and Chaz has a real hand. Sparks does not. That is not a defendable hand, and it doesn't matter what the dynamic is between any of these players. You're just never going to play 8-4 off back.
Final, we're playing.
We'll let it go, and Chaz will take it down. On to the next hand as we look at the V-pips. Chase taking over the top there, 39%. Bones behind him at 35%. Neil Canfield here with a real question. How real is the money, though? It's about as real of a question as you can ask, especially these days as we see inflation flying through the roof. For anybody that is curious, I do always recommend going to the Fed website and looking at the M1, M2, and M3 graphs. Anyone unfamiliar with economics, M1 is the actual amount of physical money in circulation. M2, the amount of physical money, deposits, and savings, and M3 then starts to get into investments and sort of long-term bonds and things of that nature. It is a way of identifying and quantifying the amount of money that exists out in the world, and it's been something fascinating and interesting to look at for quite some time, but even more so here as of recently. You can see all of that information from the Federal Reserve website.
Lost a King Kaya? What did I miss?
Go check it out.
Remember, it counts.
It doesn't count. It's off.
No, it's
That's
on.
what that's.
I see a Neil Canfield has joined us. Welcome, Neil.
Yeah. Chase here will win with the 9-6 offsuit, and we'll move right along. Mankanor Midnight can't wait till they have poker in Illinois. Well, don't hold your breath.
It was bad. It made me flagrant.
Illinois being one of the most, shall we say, I don't know how to say that politely. Yeah, well, then you know better than any. Kristen here says, careful, I grew up there. Well, she knows it better than anyone. That things don't happen in Illinois unless they're approved by the local cartel? Mob? Mob.
Yeah, mob.
Yeah, we'll go with mob. Well, it's really just a hodgepodge of words at that point.
How is it that they have not, like, made
Not quite yet.
poker?
But I could put
It's
a
like they would-
Because they
Sorry, I was told
make
that
probably more off of
is the
underground
same
somehow.
as
I don't know. Nobody knows.
Nine folds.
Yeah.
And there's no poker in the casinos?
Implementing a big blind.
Ah, so casinos exist, but no poker in the casinos.
Yeah.
That's
obviously no function
One
right.
fold.
Metropolis, Illinois.
Two calls.
Harrah's has poker.
All right, Big Daddy Chaz from the small blind raised to 80. Caitlin will defined her straddle
Zoning is like
with the Queen Dewey, and she, Queen 4, I should say. She will flop top pair, no kicker. Chaz second pair, 10 kicker, checky, 5 of clubs on the turn, picks up a club flush draw.
Now we got a hand.
A lot of times here, Chaz will bet, and he will.
Nothing in the rule book that says I have to force
Both for value and to build a pot in case he makes a flush. That is 90. Caitlin will call. Pot goes up to 350.
But hold on, this
No,
was
but
a, this was a,
the whole thing is
Heads up
you get paid
to
for
the
7
river.
deuces is if you win the hand.
4 of clubs, and the backdoor club flush comes in for Chaz, and Caitlin with now top pair and whatever that is, 4th pair. She's got 2 pair, and she will be paying off whatever bet size this is. Small bet here from Chaz,
Let you throw money around when
and God save the Queen if Caitlin decides to raise here,
alright, I want to talk to the boss.
and
some
she will.
places you're not even allowed to do that. And then you can get a play.
600 to go. I don't think Chaz can do anything other than call. He will make the call.
Calls. Showdown.
She will show the Queen 4 sort of triumphantly, and then
And then
also instantly
vomit,
vomit.
yeah.
Yeah, and it's a tough spot. It's like your hand is good enough to raise, and Caitlin recognizing that her hand is good enough to raise can get value from weaker hands, and yet at the same time you are just sort of value owning yourself a decent portion of the time, as we just witnessed there.
If I win with 7 deuce, whoever wants to, you can pay me, right?
We have a lot of conversation about Illinois.
That sounds terrible. I need the call Bart.
I'm learning
Excellent.
things.
What I'm supposed to do in this spot.
Wayla Rudd saying that I'm trying to get off. I'm not trying to. If it happens, then we all know why.
If anyone else wants with it, nope.
I'm glad it's official that we've settled on it.
All right. That looks to me like a 5, 10, 25, and $100 straddle. Chase here, not one to back down from a challenge. Avishai, perhaps not aware that we're playing the 7 deuce game, or perhaps is, and just doesn't want to put 15 blinds in there. They turned it off?
Oh, what?
Oh, I don't know if I've ever heard such a travesty in my life. And hearing travesties is a national pastime of mine. Fold, 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 fold. Keenan folds, and Chase wins. Oh, sorry, Chaz raised. I was like, okay, that's the end of that. No, Chase will defend. Not one to orphan his little babies out there. And this is button versus straddle. Chase versus Chaz.
So 7 deuce is on.
It's on.
King 4-8. Chaz has a pair now.
4 checks.
Chase checking. Chaz betting,
10 bets 200.
as you do in this situation.
Yeah, sort of a range bet spot here, 1/3 pot. Chase does call, can have a lot of things like gut shots and flush draws. So pairs of 8s, very reasonable holdings. Pairs of kings also in there. Chase with a natural check. Chaz, at this point, done building the pot. River, 6 of diamonds, everything gets there.
Queen high.
And Chase will showdown queen high, though. And Chaz will win with a pair of 4s.
Interesting.
Sal can't quite believe it. He's looking at the cards. He's trying to figure out how this all works out, and he will rub his eyes once again and be like, yeah, no, indeed, 4s. 4s win. 4s win. 4s win.
Well, we're not playing 7 deuce.
Avishai here, 1.5K. Chase, 2.7, all the way up to Sparks on 11.K. 11.8. 11.K.
8.
You gotta watch out for that.
Oh,
Yep.
I can't even
Words
see
are hard.
Chaz with Queen jack. Dude, he's got 3 4s.
All right. I think it's just about time to gamble again. And did I win the last one, or did you? I did.
No. Yeah, sure.
I'm scrolling.
I think you did. I don't care.
All we know is that freaking
Pratt lost.
Pratt
Oh,
definitely
yeah,
lost.
you
No, I
definitely
did win. I did
You
win.
definitely won.
Yeah, all right. I'm going first. Then Carolyn, then Pratt.
Oh, no.
Gamble.
8 raised to 100.
Getting down to the
19
Bitcoin,
folds.
man.
1 folds. Oh my god.
Just nothing in the 20s, please. God
15.
damn it, a 15. Oh, no. You could roll a 7. You could roll a
Sure.
7. You could roll a 7.
I rolled a 4.
Oh, let's go, Paul D. Swiped your 66. I love you, Paul
Paul.
D.
Sparks, you gonna
We're not
make me look
friends.
through the stream, or will you tell me what you drank?
That is the best thing that's ever happened. One with a 15.
Yeah.
I owe Pratt another 20. God, this
You
guy
are
is
in the
just
hole
crushing
too,
me.
Pratt, though.
I know, I'm stuck 60 again.
You gotta go
8
fishing, dude.
calls.
Oh.
But I do have another 20 here from Carolyn, which softens the blow.
Yeah, Paul D, don't apologize to Aaron. You got him $20.
Yeah, no, I love you, man. You're the shit. All right, Caitlin here, 3 betting to 500, getting called in 2 spots by Chase and Colby.
Just
Ace 4,
calling,
ace
yeah.
king, comes
And
queen
on
high.
the flop, yeah.
Blammo for Caitlin. Top pair, top kicker, backdoor heart flush draw. Very likely to go bet, fold, fold.
2 bets.
Colby, though, with a very disguised hand, 2 overcards, could decide to peel one off here for only 400. $400 into 14, so under 1/3 pot size bet. This is actually putting Colby in kind of a tough spot. Oh, this is a bet of 500. I apologize.
Yeah.
Had it read in wrong. So 500 is solidly 1/3 pot.
She apparently announced 475.
Oh. I mean, I think this is just a fold. If he had a spade, he could call. Does not. Will let it go. Caitlin will ship the pot. Nice little pickup there for her.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Raises thigh.
I may have.
Oh, bop it.
I'm sorry.
Squire pointing out that
But if it was good,
I could probably win my house back in a bop it session. That's very true.
I'm glad the house wasn't on the line in that bop it session we did do, because I lost that one soundly. You sort of crushed me at the bop it.
I destroyed you.
Yeah.
It was embarrassing for you, frankly.
It honestly was. But considering I haven't bopped it since
Neither have I. So
high school.
Don't. That's not an excuse.
Yeah, except for you're just
Inherently better at things.
no,
Yeah.
more of a fucking square. So you probably
Not even close to being true. You're the freaking nuclear physicist. That's like the nerdiest job on the face of the planet.
8 raises to 100.
Okay.
9 tenfold.
So that's more square than you being good at bop it? I don't think so.
I don't know.
Yeah, pretty much just answered that question, Judas. Anyways, on to the next one. Colby here will raise to 100, gets 3-bet by Sparks. This should go 4 bets
3, 4.
if we don't have any action in between, which so far does not look like it shall. Colby on the effective stack here, 7.6K. These players are deep. Colby could decide to play this one from out of position with a strong connected hand like ace-king suited here. The problem is that you're going to miss a lot of flops, and then you're going to have to just lose out on all of the equity. Is going to play this one as a call, though. I mean, I don't hate it. I think, generally speaking, you should go for a 4th bet. Just win the pot right there. But we are going heads up to a flop. King high, and Colby will feel a wave of relief.
8 checks.
Checks it over. Sparks has a natural continue here. However, 9-8 of spades is actually one of the few hands that Sparks is going to have where a normal range bet is actually just like, oh, God, this sucks. But no, you have to bet. 225, 1/3 pot.
5, 225.
Colby, of course, should be just calling. Check raising here is just not going to benefit you that often. If your opponent does have something, you want them to feel emboldened to continue. If you raise, they're just so frequently going to fold.
He
And
did raise.
Want to have the point on the board?
I mean, it's not like Sparks has the type of hand that can actually do much here.
Overtime's an automatic win, so you
But
don't care. If
I
they take it, then they have to take
just
a
can't
little
say I appreciate
But
this.
with that being said,
think
I
you
think you
might
can
be
apply the same logic as 4-betting pre. Is that why not just take it down?
Okay, then go for a
You know?
flat 2 there. There you go, though.
Okay, so 4-betting pre, you actually don't have a hand yet. You're still playing ace high, so you would generally speaking like to win pre-flop if you can. Now you have top pair, top kicker with backdoor flush opportunities. You have a hammerlock on this hand,
Oh, don't.
and you're the only player that can have sets of 4s, sets of 3s, right? So like, you already have a lot of hands that can check raise. Pocket 4s, pocket 3s, some wheel heart combinations, some middling heart combinations like 7-8 of hearts, things like that. Although those can also be played as check calls. I just don't know that
Yeah, so they're saying you got
if
pushed
you're
out
going to
there.
flat ace king there, that you necessarily want to go for the check raise, because there's just so many hands that are going to fold and not very many hands that are going to call.
I don't think he's going to try to make it.
By blocking top pair, you really sort of
I guess he's indifferent.
set yourself up for like letting your opponent play perfectly.
They have a timeout, but
And by that I mean pocket aces and like better somehow, right? Pocket kings, pocket aces are just like happy to put more chips in.
So I'm saying there's no difference.
And you're toast. And everything that's worse than that is just going to fold. That might have continued bluffing on the turn. Right, like let's imagine that instead of 9-8 of spades, Sparks had queen jack of something, king high flop, check, bet, call, turn is a 10.
Heads up.
Queen jack continues betting, right? You check, they keep betting. More money goes into the pot. You got top pair, top kicker. You're not afraid of anything, and you win a bigger pot. I don't know. You can go both ways there. I mean, check raising there isn't like awful, but you just aren't oftentimes going to get paid by much. That's basically the gist of it. Chase here doing his best to play the J stack special 6-3. He will flop a pair, and Colby will fold.
I don't know what David Pratt is going off about.
sub 50, but like 40 something.
But
like that.
stop.
Raises
Just
about
stop.
900 per
Elliptic
Just
curves, huh?
Yeah, we don't need this.
Linear
our
recurrence
lives.
based on Mercy and Prime.
I don't know if you currently are aware of the mental state of Aaron and I, but we don't need this in our lives. So just stop.
I don't know. I'll always give a
I don't
shout
need-
out
I
to
don't need
Pratt for
Aaron.
being a nerd, though.
Get in the weeds, guys. I ain't got time for that. Nobody got time for that.
No, nobody. Birdie. I got time for getting unstuck at least 20 bucks against Pratt before the end of the stream, though, so we do have to gamble here in about 30 minutes for me to do my best job in that department. I am currently up 20 on Carolyn, so that feels good. But I
glad
need
I
to,
could be
if I
of
win my
assistance.
next one, then I will have transferred just like $40 from you to Pratt, and then I'll be even, and I'll be very pleased with that outcome. So we're going to shoot for that. Avishai is going to call the $45. Matt has number one in the straddle, and you love to see it. He's going to raise. Chase will quickly call, and Avishai now has to decide if he wants to commit another 200 with only 1.4K in the stack. King 7 suited. He says no. And this will be Chase in position with a bad hand, but honestly one that can actually fuck up aces if it flops correctly.
Statistically, well, suited would be.
Yeah, 6-5 suited is the best hand to take up
Oh,
against
Avishai
aces. But
kicking himself there. 2 diamonds on the flop.
yeah, King 7 of diamonds. Well, he certainly would have got himself roped into more cards, but
Yeah.
Chase here, flopping second pair, some backdoor opportunities. Diamonds are dead for him. However, he does call in position, heads up to the turn. Can Matt fade a 6 or a 5 for the immediate outs of Chase? He cannot. It's a 6 of spades. We can see it over there in the corner. Not quite red yet. And Chase is now sitting on 2 pair. And all the chips should be going in here shortly.
Once
Yep.
or twice.
They are all in. Matt making the call. And Chase here is like, I got 2 pair. And Matt's like, really? Fuck. And gonna
Matt's
need
like,
to
how do you have 2 pair there? What are you doing?
ace 10 or 4 here for Matt to get bailed out on this unfortunate turn card. Chase needing to fade said outs. Presumably running this one time. We are going to count down the stack before we do the run out, I guess, just to figure out exactly what the damage is. I think in these spots you just run the river and then figure it out, but Sal will do the due diligence here. How do you feel about this? I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe it's just a protocol thing, but like, someone's clearly all in for less. Just,
No, rip
just
it.
rip,
Just
rip
give
the
me
river,
just
right?
run it out.
Running it twice, Phil.
Oh. Kristen has
Oh.
admitted to it being
Ooh.
100% her fault.
Okay, Kristen admits fault, but we running it twice here. Matt drills an ace on the first run out and a jack here on the end, so they're
Drop
going to
it
split the pot.
Yeah, it's queen.
Chase here thankful for running it twice, though, as Matt drills one of the outs he had remaining.
Two pair. We're set on top for it. Keep that pot. Alright, then. Go ahead, take this all back to my face.
David Pratt still geeking out in the chat. Never change, buddy. Whaler Rudd here wants to know, are TCH 1-2 tables better than the average here in the States? I don't know.
How do you define
I-
better?
Yeah, better in terms
It's just so
of the
subjective.
so better in terms of the ability to make money 100%
Yeah, it's just the time rate,
because
yeah.
the time rake changes the game so much that people are not just like waiting for Jacks Plus kind of stupid shit, right? So people are limping all kinds of stuff. They just want to see hands. They love to see hands. We play PLO bomb pots, double board PLO bomb pots here on our 1-2 tables. Like, absolutely, 1-2 games in Texas are the best in the nation. Hands down, no question. Now, if you mean better in terms of, like, the player pool, are they better players? That one is sort of tricky. I don't know how to answer that. I think TCH generally does have
This guy was the fucking
sort of
Sunny Boy,
categorically,
you know,
like,
cards are coming?
better median players than some of the other clubs that I've played at.
In Texas?
Yeah, for 1-2 games.
I would say in Texas at a 1-2 game.
When'd you win it?
Yeah, TCH players are
Prime button.
Just, I mean, marginally better,
generally.
right? I mean,
Yeah, like the median.
yeah, the
There
median
are-
is better.
3 off.
I mean, and I think we just have a lot of regulars here that play a lot of poker, you know,
Yeah.
and they've kind of adapted a little bit to the style of play.
I live with Cleats.
Chase and Chaz here getting mixed up in a pot. Chase raising it up to 225. Chaz defending from the straddle.
The ultimate button clicker. Love, like,
Yeah, the
Ace
50 was
queen.
on, so that makes sense.
8-4
Stop
will
there.
outflop.
Pretty bad.
Chase, check. Jack of spades on the turn changes nothing. Chaz, pretty natural check here as well. Could go for a small probe here. Wouldn't hate it, bet a 125, 150. Check and a bet of 80 from Chase. Chase really going thin here.
No, Chaz.
I don't know. Fuck me. That's what it says on the
Oh,
screen.
just kidding. Maybe Chaz. I don't know.
Two
that
pair
two pair?
now for
Yeah.
Chaz. And Chaz will lead out for 400.
White Goodman asking what he refers to as a random question, but it's not random at all, to be fair. Is the Dallas location going to be closing? Not in any meaningful way anytime soon. So,
Man sucks, dude.
but if you are interested in supporting the Dallas location, please check out SaveDallasPoker.com for more information on the final hearing in Dallas on the 22nd.
Yeah, 1
Which is
week
next
from
Tuesday.
tomorrow
Yeah.
is the final hearing. Will be at City Hall there. You can get all the information, as Carolyn said, on SaveDallasPoker.com. Go check that out. That'll let you know when and where the hearing will be. We would love to have as many supporters show up as possible. You will actually be able to show up in person to the hearing. It'll be in the sort of City Hall chambers, and let yourselves be heard. You know, we need as many people as possible to show up and be like, no, this is a thing that we care about. We're not a bunch of degenerates. We are supporting a game that we
So
love.
live to them. No, I'm just kidding.
And I mean, at the end of the day, it's, I mean, I take a particular position on things like this, which is like, if you want to participate in something as a human being, as an adult human being, you want to participate in something of your own voluntary engagement that harms no one else around you, then you should in no way be prohibited from doing so. That's my own personal philosophy. And I think that the game of poker is so much more than just like people doing what they want to do. It is a fantastic, inclusive game that benefits people, provides jobs for the community. To me, there's just it's a no-brainer. But you know, people have other opinions, and it's up to all of us to go out there, voice those opinions, and do what we can to support the things that we do. Anyways, we're going to run this out. Queen and 7 of diamonds. Chase here will make trips on the end and should go for value. Keenan may not have a hand that can call with 1.2K in the middle. Chase likely to bet somewhere around half pot. 550, 575, there it is, half pot. And Keenan with just a pair of threes. This was a check bet call, check turn. I mean, it's hero territory for sure. Chase will take another peek.
Just happened to both call in at like 8:30 in the morning.
When I wake up in the morning.
Keenan, seemingly a non-believer. He's got the itch to call here. That much is clear. Is a little bit curious, like if you're betting a king on the flop, why would you check the queen on the turn? Nothing changed. So a little bit of a curious spot here. This does feel fairly polarized. And betting a 7 is a little bit weird because this is a 3-bet pot. To me, this screams more like ace-queen or queen-jack that just like range bet the flop, makes a pair on the turn and
And
checks,
checks it back,
and is
yeah.
now like, fuck it, I guess I bet for value against
Right.
pocket 8s, pocket 9s. And so I think Keenan should be able to get away from this just because it doesn't really line up with a bluff as much as it lines up with a like pair of queens value bet. If he does call and sees Chase turnover a 7, he'll be even more like, oh God, what was I doing? And yet at the same time, it'd be like, if he can 3-bet Jack 7, then he can 3-bet some other fucked up shit that takes this line. So I don't know, maybe it's not the end of the world, but Keenan clearly pained with this decision. $5 super chat here from White Goodman says, I'm curious because I plan on moving back to Texas in October and would like to deal. Well, that's fantastic news, man. Look forward to having you back in the state. And, yeah, do hopefully have some jobs here for you waiting. Thank you very much for the super chat. Always appreciate it. And if anybody else would like to get a special shout out, have a particular question you'd like answered, or just want to earn some extra TCHLive loyalty points, drop us a super chat. Keenan here still in the tank. I understand that this is a little bit of a weird spot, but at some point you just kind of have to click the button, like click fold, click call, and sort of put it to rest. Chase here getting a little bit frustrated as well. He's saying, listen, buddy, you got to do something. Caitlin saying some words as well, and Abishai, Bones, everybody's eyes on Keenan as he is still agonizing over this decision and looks to be making the call here in a moment.
Yeah, I don't know what he's
Sing it.
really so deep in the tank about. I just don't get it. It's not that big a bet either. I actually think someone should call clock if they haven't already. And just as a reminder to anyone who plays poker, live poker, you don't have to be in the hand to call clock.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
I will routinely at the table, if someone is tanking, whether or not I'm in the hand, I will turn to that person and I will say, do you want me to call? Because sometimes they need that push. And I've never had anybody say no.
Okay. I don't ask that question. I think that's fair. I think that's great. I usually will wait what I think is an appropriate amount of time.
Of course. And then
I'll
always
tell
wait.
them, you got another minute.
Right.
And I will call the clock after that minute.
I will always warn someone if it's like, you know, I'm going to call clock if you don't hurry up. But, you know, especially people who I play with regularly, I will just ask them because I think, you know, a lot of times it's beneficial to the person tanking to just be on that timer and say, you know what, I have to stop overthinking this and just make a decision.
Yeah.
And if I am given endless amount of time, I will just sit here and tank. So yes, please call clock.
Yeah. Jay Wynn here joining us in the chat. Hey, what's up, dude?
What up, Jay?
Thanks for popping on in. Good to see you. Yeah, on to the next hand here. Hand 38. We really haven't gotten through very many hands. Oh, wait, but that's because we had the crash. I was going to say 38 doesn't seem right
38
at all.
is really low, yeah.
No, we had the crash, which reset everything, so hand 38 plus whatever we had prior to that.
8-7 suited, deuces, fours.
Jack 7 of spades.
Let's go.
Yeah, Sparks here squeezing out of the straddle. Bones likely to invite Colby in if he makes the call. Does make the call, and now Colby playing on the button should absolutely be calling this. Yeah, 250 to go. Reached for black chips, now going back to the shuffle. Goes back to the black chips, and there's the call. All right, so 3 ways here. Sparks going to play out of position with the betting lead. Bones, man in the middle, and Colby on the button. Let's see who hits the flop, if anyone.
I am going to go with no one.
Wrong you are.
All right.
Set of deuces here for Bones. Sparks with a favorable flop for his range. Really only has 3 to a straight. No backdoor opportunities for the diamonds, but he is going to go ahead and range bet here. 1K in the middle, bet something like 250, 275. He's going to go a little bit bigger, 375 here. With the clubs out there, I think this is a reasonable sizing. Obviously, Bones not going anywhere. me go ahead and count down his stack here, sitting on 3.9K is the effective stack. And just going to make the call. I think this is perfectly fine. With the stack to pot ratio, what it is, if your opponent has a king, or if they have a flush draw, really doesn't matter. All of the chips can easily go in on the turn. Colby here, of course, has a pretty trivial fold as the 2 red 4s connect with this board in no meaningful way whatsoever. Sparks here is like, this kind of sucks, but I guess give me a 6 or a 10 so I have some reason to continue fighting. The Jack of Diamonds does give him a gut shot, but it is a bad gut shot, as the 10 would actually make a one-liner to a straight for a queen.
Yeah, not ideal.
Yeah, I think this is a spot where Sparks should just be shutting it down. When Bones calls on this texture with a player still to act behind, I think this really screams a lot of strength. And Sparks with a very bad hand, while you can kind of sort of back yourself into these corners of like, well, this is like the worst hand I ever have here. Why am I not betting as a bluff? You can also say, because my opponent's range is just so strong. Like, even if he quote-unquote bluffs me off with, like, clubs on the turn, like, I was dead anyways, so just give it up. But Sparks disagrees. He's going to bet 1,000, and Bones should just be ripping it here. 3.5K, the effective stack. And, yeah, this is going to be a rip-all-in and a quick fold from Sparks. Problem for Bones is that he can't wait until the river to try to get all of the chips in because all of the draws exist now.
Right.
He is going to play this as a call, though, feign weakness, and sort of be like, I'm never folding, doesn't matter what the river is, you know, it's quads, and I'm never folding. But, like, give Sparks an opportunity to bet one more time. This could actually work out for Bones, as now Sparks, with a very superior range advantage, can hammer this.
For sure.
Problem for Sparks, though, is that he has a really bad hand, and yet, oh yeah, he's going to rip it. He's like, I'm all in, and Bones is like, I have quads. Yeah, so
and
this
Sparks
actually,
is like, oh, okay. Yeah.
it worked out perfectly for Bones because
He's pumped.
Sparks is
That
just,
smile.
yeah, Sparks succumbed to the bottom of range, have to bluff mentality. And I don't know, Sparks is a pretty sharp guy. I think most of the time he zigs when he should and zags when he should. This was one of those spots where he kind of crossed the wires.
You know, and I don't know that it was a mistake necessarily, per se, but, you know,
he's attacking clubs. He's attacking missed clubs. And the problem there is that I don't think that Bones just calls with clubs on the turn.
What's that? You don't think Bones just calls with clubs?
I think if he just has naked clubs, I think Bones just has to rip it there if he's going to continue at all, because he's not quite getting the price for 1K. I mean, he set the price pretty close, but Bones knows better than to just call in position with a flush draw and then just like fold every river. He knows better than that. He's going to rip it or fold it. So, I don't know. I think Sparks got a little bit tied up in the, my hand is just total garbage. Like, what am I doing here besides bluffing? And it happens to all of us. And again, we can see the cards, so, you know, we can sit here and act all high and mighty, but at the same time, sitting there on the felt, you got 8 high, you're like, fuck it, I'm going to punk this dude. We've all tried it before. Keenan, punking or otherwise, will raise to 75. King 10 off. Sorry, suited from under the gun.
Half the time, I don't even know what's funny. I bring it as a button. I'm trying to tilt it. What's the bet?
Oh yeah, 75.
P. Willie here in the chat has an interesting take. There's no emotion involved for me. It's either legal or not. If it's established by a gaming commission, whatever.
If
I don't know.
it is, establish a gaming commission and go.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That's,
Yep.
I think that's what he's trying to say.
If it is
He added a
established,
D to make establish, or ED to make establish past tense. Which I think is confusing, but, I mean, that is the goal, is for Texas Card House. It has always been to, and to be the ones on the, you know, at the ground floor, making sure that the Gambling Commission, you know, but at the same time, that's not really the way that it's worked out.
Well, yeah, let's come
and-
back to that here really quick as
gotta
we
give him a
have
big job.
2 players
Yeah.
tied up in the 3-bet pot.
The guy off
Big
the
Daddy
square by the
Chaz,
office.
pre-flop aggressor, playing this one from the small
And-
blind and first to act. Keenan
I don't know if he
What are
did
making
guys
the
do?
call,
What
does
the
have 2
thought
overs and a heart flush draw.
thought I saw like
Chaz here, first to act, will come out with a C bet,
No, it must have been
275.
610, that's 235.
It could be a
Keenan, I think, a pretty straightforward call here.
But have you seen the second
Is the effective stack on 6.7K, so pretty deep here. Happy to commit more chips, not really interested in bloating a pot at this stage.
And then he's got the wrap on
Playing
the
in
track.
position generally.
Stepson.
And
Is really thinking this one over though, and does elect on just calling.
How about step cousin?
Big Daddy Chaz has all of the over pairs and
Think.
does actually have some of the ace high flushes. That would be pretty spicy as Keenan turns the king high flush with a redraw to the king high straight flush. Big Daddy Chaz here. Gonna have a lot of checks now. His continues will be naked ace, naked queen of hearts on occasion, queen 10 with the queen of hearts, things of that nature. So firing at a bet here actually looks like potentially an overpair with a heart. Generally speaking, a lot of the other bluffing candidates on the flop are going to shut things down as they are just way behind the opponent's range. Keenan is going to take a peek here, looks down, sees that indeed he does have the king high flush and is facing a bet of 900, which is just about 3/4 pot. 900 into 13, yeah, okay, 3/4. Second guessing myself there for a moment, but not a spot where I would recommend raising. If you raise, you really turn your cards face up. You're never going to have a bluff, right? Like, let's imagine that you somehow got here and you do have, like, naked ace of hearts. Like, are you really going to raise? I'm not sure.
Keenan, taking your advice.
Off to a river, 2.2K in the middle, not counting
Queen
the
of
last 900, so
spades
3.1.
-ish. Black queen.
Yeah,
on the
so
river.
texture not changing.
Keenan has a straight. He also has a flush.
The infamous flush straight.
Do it against like Mike Mattisau.
Big Daddy Chaz here, I think, can only bet with a flush.
I'm just going to shut this down now for everybody in the chat. The legality of poker in Texas is not for us to decide. And so, P. Willie, you can hold your own beliefs. That's what this hearing is about in Dallas. Well, not really. It's really just about a certificate of occupancy. But
Chaz
in the
is-
meantime,
Sorry to butt in here, though. Chaz is assembling a wager here, and let's make sure we catch all of the action as Big Daddy Chaz is really representing a very strong hand here. I think his bluffs are only the naked ace of hearts and probably something like
700. And CC
ace,
calls, showdown.
queen of heart. No, that doesn't even make sense. It's, yeah. He's going to see a hand that beats him, and we're just never going to know. But I feel like you just kind of have to have maybe ace 10 with the ace of hearts. I just don't know what else can fire away like that unless it was an inferior flush,
yeah.
right?
P. Willie, no need to apologize. I could get so far in the weeds about this because I have very strong opinions about it, and I understand the way the law is written and all those things. But this just isn't the place to have the discussion in the middle of the stream in the chat. So we will continue the discussion on next Tuesday at City Hall in Dallas.
Yeah, and I really appreciate the comment here from Mr. David Pratt, which is, you know, if something has to be made legal before you can do it, that's a particular sort of perspective. I certainly don't subscribe to that, and I think from a legal standpoint, from just, you know, the concept of the 10th Amendment of the Constitution, like anything that's not specifically outlined in the Constitution for like
This
given
is why
powers.
I shut it down, Aaron, because we're not going to go there. because what you're saying is probably at odds with reality
So if it's straddle, I mean.
in this particular case. So we're just not going to go there.
Well, if you want to shut that down, that's fine. I don't know. I think it's fairly straightforward. I think it's at least the point I was trying to make. We just may be on different pages about what I'm
I
trying
mean,
to
in
say.
general,
I mean, are you
things
familiar with
shouldn't have
the
to be
10th
made
Amendment? Like, I don't
legal.
know.
I agree with that.
There's actually 2 threes out there.
In this case, that's just
Well,
not
we're dealing with a
reality.
municipality that's trying to interpret a state code.
Playing really slow right now.
Right,
You're playing really slow?
but
Like,
we're not going to go there. That's why we're going to move on.
Okay, fine with me.
Trying to
In
keep
any
it
case,
as
Wish I
non
slowed down.
not uncontroversial as possible
So he's the
Yeah, I'm
straddle.
I don't know.
You're,
Fine.
in this particular.
it's up to you.
Controversy and open conversation for me are just like things that I'm willing to engage in. I'm totally fine with moving on. I'm happy to do that. But I
I'm
also,
willing to have this conversation off stream all day
yeah,
till the end of time.
yeah, and I think that there is something to be said for not engaging in particular conversation here on the stream that can be deemed as politically insensitive or too sensitive or whatever. I think that's all fine and dandy. I also just think that there's a certain aspect of civic understanding in this country that has really gotten left by the wayside. And I find that unfortunate, and I do wish, you know, as I said, I'm happy to leave this conversation in the dust. But, like, I do wish that there was a greater understanding just imparted to us by our education, our upbringing, to where people had sort of an understanding, like, no, like, this is what the Constitution says. This is, like, how we interpret these sorts of interactions, whatever those be, not necessarily this one, to where people just had more confidence in having the conversations. I just think that we would be better off as a society for that. I'll just leave it at that. Anyways, Sparks here going to back into ace high and the worst hand. Chase will make 2 pair on the end. Bet a 200 and a win.
And it's gamble time.
Appreciate things so much.
You doing a prime this week?
All right. Looking here at the chat, I like some of the stuff I see. Thank you guys so much for that. And again, of course, just thank you guys all for tuning in. You know, sometimes we will go off on a tangent. Sometimes we will do our best to engage with the comments in the chat. And other times we will move on. But at the end of the day, really do appreciate you all tuning in each and every week, especially here on Mondays. I'm your host, of course, Aaron McAvoy. Joining me tonight, Carolyn Hapgood. And yeah, it is time to gamble as we move into the final 15 minutes of the broadcast. And what you...
No, you won.
Wait, no, I clearly didn't, did I? Did I beat you and Pratt? No, Pratt beat us. Pratt beat us.
Oh, Pratt, it's on you.
Pratt, tell us who's gambling first, buddy, and who goes second.
I would assume there would be like 25 good pros putting in 100 entries total,
3 folds.
which is like a quarter of the prize.
All right. Folds around a chase in the big blind, 10 deuce off suit. Chase says, I'm a big believer in the Donald Brendan, otherwise known as the Doyle Brunson. Bones, though, with a playable hand.
Yeah, I don't want
Ace
to.
queen off suit will defend in position.
Yeah, I would go to Dallas.
Pratt says, I won, me first, who's second?
I've made many trips to Houston.
King
I've
Trey
lost most
Trey.
of them.
I did someone.
Not a bad flop for Bones, but Chase, of course, with the betting lead and a mandatory c-bet. Bowie, thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the team.
68.
Even when people live there don't fight.
My
All right, Pratt, who's next? Betting a call here. Chase will need to size up if he's going to rep a king. He will, and Bones will fold.
That's rude.
Anyone who doesn't live in Houston thinks Houston is like a good city. They enjoy going to Houston.
Still waiting on Mr. David Pratt to let us know who's going next as Bill squeaks in and takes a 70, which would have been a lovely roll against the 68 there.
Absolutely
Traffic, likelihood of getting robbed.
Yeah, like the crime's an issue there. Dude, the humidity's fucking terrible. Way worse than here.
And Wheeler Rudd going to come in and gamble a 10 in here as well. All right, David Pratt says Carolyn next.
Okay.
And it's not cheap.
Although I will say,
A couple of missed rolls, so.
Yeah, but I really only have to beat you, so it doesn't matter.
Oof, 83 rolled as well, so a couple of winners against that.
It's
Let's
fine.
see if Carolyn
It's
can
fine.
get
It's
this
fine.
one through.
150. One calls.
22. No, you cannot beat the Pratt.
It's
And
okay.
let's see.
I don't have to beat Pratt. I only have to beat you.
Hey, didn't do it. But I am into Pratt for another fuck 20 because that dude is invincible. But I'll take the 20 from you and I'll give it to Pratt.
You're welcome, David.
That's it.
Oh, I dropped it on the floor. You'll have to pick it up.
Dude, I lost 4 straight to Pratt tonight. That's unfortunate. No, wait, I lost 4, 1, 1. So.
Yes.
Lost 5 and 1, 1. That's what
That
happened.
makes sense.
Yeah. Anyway, Sparks here with the toppest of pairs, the queenest of kickers, and Chaz on the 7-6 of hearts, working with a couple of backdoors. Is the pre-flop raiser, will c-bet this flop, and Sparks will call. Jack of diamonds, not the card that Chaz needed to see in order to continue, was looking for a 4-5 of hearts, something like that. I guess any heart really would have given him some opportunities, but mostly the 4 or the 5 of hearts would have inspired him the most. Likely to just shut it down at this point. You either size up and just like go for the naked bluff or shut it down entirely. Is going to check and be done with it, and Sparks will take that opportunity to bet. Dronography here rolled a 100 not long after we did our shenanigans. However, we had a
so close.
no, we had a 5 and a 2 rolled in between. So sorry, I got your hopes up, but no, we dodged a 5 and a 2.
I didn't dodge anything. I lost. So let's get this straight.
For yourself. Fucking skinny ass.
Well, we have about, what, 10 minutes left? Is that right? Yeah, 10-ish minutes left. So let's get those last handful of likes before we close up shop for the day.
Oh yeah, we're on 232. I'm quite certain we can breach the 250 mark if y'all put your heads together.
Possible.
Sparks here, ace-10 suited. Lovely hand from +1. He'll open it up, 150 to go. Chase has a playable hand from the cutoff, and by playable I mean
There are 2
unknown.
cards.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah.
And Avishai with a couple of kings is going to pile all of the chips across the marker. And by that I mean line. Sitting on 1.4K, rips it all in. Chase gives them the old table tap of good luck. Sal doing due diligence here, cutting it all down. Looks to be 13 and change. Bones here still in the tank, actually. And he's got kings. He's got the other 2 kings.
Gross.
Black kings versus red kings. And Bones here going to go ahead and min-click this. No, he's just going to call, actually. He is inviting Sparks and or Chase into the pot. A couple of quick folds here. And
Any more players ahead of me?
Sparks
Oh, it's
now.
not a call. No, that's not a call.
Oh, yeah, he did raise. Yeah, no, that makes way more sense. Min-click. Yeah. Okay, and everybody else folds. There we go. And red kings versus black kings. Who's going to win, people? I don't know. Avishai with those glasses looks primed for a double up.
You think he's gonna?
Oh, he's free rolling him. Still free rolling him. Oh, another black card, but it's not a club, and Bones dodges it and slow rolls the chop. As that would have been a sick, nasty run out had it been another club. But those 2 players will hack the pot in half and both survive. All right. Final 10 minutes of the broadcast. See if we're up over 250 yet. Nope, 237. Barely moved since
Wow.
we last said anything.
You guys
Just
can do better.
13 of you fine folks rearing back and obliterating the like button
Just a little more.
would help us out. 250 seems like a pretty good place to end. I think you guys can help us
Imagine how
out.
tilted he would be.
300 was the goal set by our producer in the chat there, but 250, you know, we'll take it.
10-3, huh? Get Jack 10.
All right, 5, 10, 25, and 50 here. Caitlin's going to be first to act. Ace 9 off, not good enough. I agree. Chase here, King 9 off, though, from the cutoff. He's going to limp it. That'll bring Avishai in with the 8s. Couple of spots where I think both players could have raised would play a little bit better than a limp. Everything always plays better than a limp. Sparks here will squeeze, though, from the straddle. King 10 off. And should just get a call from both spots here after Chase puts the chips in. Avishai could take this spot as a back raise all in, but considering limping with the 8s, it's pretty speculative to go for the jam like that. So he'll flat, try to pick up a set or maybe an overpair to the board. You never know. Finds a set. Why not? Middle set here for Avishai. Sparks with a gut shot. Backdoor diamonds. Chase has a similar gut shot. Avishai rips it all in for 1.5x pot.
Just take the pot and we'll move on. Nice hand.
Yeah.
Because you are not getting caught there.
Chase is looking at this like a real gambler. And he's going to turn it over and be like, I
Get
have
out of here,
a
hot
9.
girls and boys. King Logan.
Yeah, $4.99 super chat here from King Logan as Chase continues to contemplate his situation. What's y'all's favorite bad hand to have?
I said it earlier. King 3 of clubs.
King
I mean, no, Jack 3 of clubs.
Jack
Sorry,
3,
Jack 3
yeah,
of clubs.
Jack
Jack
3.
3 of clubs.
Chase does release. Obviously, takes it down. My favorite bad hand, I guess it's 9-3 of hearts. You know, it's just it's a pretty good one. No,
to play. The best bad hand to play.
I don't know.
8-5 suited.
He's such a cheeser.
I
It's
said?
like hard.
No,
But like,
Because I hate playing it, but like,
7-4 suited.
like everything
yeah,
else,
no, like 7-4, I'm so much more easily just like done with it. But like 8-5, I'm like, oh god, I'm about
Really?
to 3-bet this dude.
I think I like 7-4 better.
It's fucking hot garbage, both of
They're
them.
both hot garbage, but for whatever reason, 7-4 looks better.
Oh, not to me,
But it has
man.
to be suited and it
Not
has
to
to be
me.
red.
It's suited red? Oh, good lord, we're
Hearts
really
and
going
diamonds
down.
only.
Okay, all right. 8-5 suited, doesn't matter what it looks like to me. I don't want to be doing it, but sometimes I'm just raising with it.
we had fun while it lasted.
Sparks was the only one that won it, though.
4 raises to 80.
All right, 80 bucks here from
You just pick up the blind.
Chase. This could be a sleeper, not quite sure. Nope, 7-4 suited, he heard us.
Yeah, get in there.
Blast from the past
Love
slash
it.
future or something. Chase, raising it up 7-4 suited.
I swear I had no idea that this was
Three
happening.
high, backdoor flush.
Sparks will make the call from the
I like
straddle.
9-7 also.
Off suit.
I don't care.
Does
And diamonds.
come 2 diamonds, 1 heart.
I love how everyone's so impressed that you're still trying
Natural
to win.
continue here for Chase. Natural fold for Sparks.
Yeah.
7-4 suited.
I remember all
Not
Clearly.
going to get the bounties because it's outside of deuce, but close enough.
And that hand got turned off for whatever reason.
You want the 50?
Oh man, good stuff. All right, peeping the like counter, 248, 2 to go. I know there's 2 of you mofos out there just waiting to click that button.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
We got the
Get in
165 here. Chase loves the 65 and the 165 straddle, so he's going to put it on.
I'm preparing myself emotionally.
Gotta love it.
50 to triple straddle live 165.
All right, Avishai here sitting on just about 8 big blinds. Maybe almost 10. I guess it's like 9 or 10. Oh yeah, he's got 2K. 6-2 though, of course, regardless of the number of big blinds, is not going to do it.
I wish I had a tough spot.
Maybe some people expressing their hatred for just 2-pair in general. And I disagree.
Like 2-pair.
I mean, 2-pair gets called by top picker so often and gets paid.
It's the call, right?
It's a raise.
I like 2-pair.
I agree. Also loses to a lot of things a lot of the time, but I will take 2-pair every hand and then have to decide from there.
Big Daddy Chaz min-click opens here with the ace-9 off. Out of the small blind, Chase makes the call, and heads up we go.
He's a real estate guy. He loves making deals.
Fairer-ish fight here, ace-9 versus king-2. I don't know. 2 pretty raggy hands.
No, you said it was 300 earlier.
As Chase does indeed make the call. Okay, there we go. 70-30 equity split here between these two players. Jack 8, Trey 2 tone. Neither player connects. Big Daddy Chaz with the best of it. Ace high. Small C bet or a check. Yeah, goes for the check. Chase here is like, I don't know, king high might be good. Check back. Free deuce. Why not? Pair of deuce is better than ace high. If I done told you once, I done told you a million times. Checky, checky. Ace on the river. Suck, resuck.
Yep.
You have a pair?
Yeah.
Big Daddy Chaz should be going for value here. 745 in the middle. I'd like to see a bet of around 275, 300 here. Just sort of stab at it, you know.
Oh, you turned
Keeping
on
him
the river.
honest.
250. Bet. Oh, 300. Bet a call. And Chaz will take it down.
No, I folded.
King deuce spades, right?
Oh, spades? No, it was spades?
Keenan sitting on top, 10.2K.
It was not
He
I read it wrong.
It was close.
has many chips.
I should have just jammed on the turn.
Ragnar here in the chat says, did Aaron just call us mofos? And Jaywin says he's a lot more rude in person.
It's very true. Jaywin is right.
Oh, dude. Guy's throwing me under the bus here.
Michael Tilton also chiming in with the fact that he's not wrong. Says, you're not wrong.
I was over there, Chase. I'd fucking.
That y'all a bunch of mofos?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Bunch of mofos.
But I'm still fucking struggling.
All right, looks like the 165 or something thereabouts is back in action. No, that's more than that. What is that, 190? 215. Perfect. Love to see it. King Logan here with another $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
What's the bet?
Does anyone have a hand that still gives them PTSD, and what was it? PTSD.
I won't play Jack 10 offsuit
Okay, we're waking up
facing
with a
a
better
raise ever in any position under any circumstances. It's like it's one of those situations where it's like I've just lost with it so many times. It's not one specific hand that I can point out. I don't think I've ever won with it. So I just like I will like open it on the button when folded to me. That is it. That's it.
Somebody
Anything beyond
re-raises
that.
you, you're toast. You're done.
Raise, I fold.
All right.
Facing a raise, I fold.
Thank
I don't
God
care.
you didn't make a
Get it out of
fucking
my
deal.
hands.
Ooh,
Let's go.
all in pot here. Chase shipping it with AK. Big Daddy Chaz making the call, and we are going to run this out. Big Daddy Chaz trying to get the hand scanned in, not taken. Just the final hand. Or
Hey, hold on. Don't do anything.
this hand and one more. Can't tell if we're running it once or twice.
You want to run it 3 times?
2 times.
No.
All right, running it twice.
3 times takes too long.
Sal apparently
Hurry up and do
screwed
2.
something up. But
Sounds about right,
we won't
Sal.
hold it against him.
Also, Sal clearly wearing a name tag that does not say Sal on it. It says Derek.
Sal looks like a Derek. Or
That's me.
Dick.
Liam,
Just kidding. Just kidding. I didn't say that. All right. Ace King high. ace king high on the first run out. Could be good. Chaz, oh, he opened one card.
Queen of clubs.
Okay, he opens a 9, so the 9 is good. 7's full of 9s for Chaz on the first run out. Here comes the snafuzzle. And 9 not doing anything so far. Depends on what it's paired with.
You're good on the bottom,
As Chase is looking to hold with the pair of kings.
Oh, queen 9. Oh.
All right, chop it up.
Queen.
Queen 9, ace king, hack
King of hearts.
it up.
We got one more coming your way.
5 of hearts. Queen of diamonds.
Jesus.
Chaz,
How's that
yeah,
possible, dude?
9 of spades, queen of clubs.
To this day, Chase is the only person I've ever met that rattled 300
good
out of his
stuff
1K.
here.
Put the last 700 in.
Gary C., welcome.
The run out.
Yes, it was very, very.
What do you need? Take what you want.
I know, daylight savings time and all, but like,
Yeah. But
no
plenty
excuses,
of
really.
fantastic action to go back and rewatch. As we look at the chip counts here, Keenan 10.2K, Avishai down on
I wanted
2.1.
to run it. I wanted you to
Everybody
shove
else
blind and
in
be called,
between.
I had, like, essentially like a middling hand.
All right, final hand of the evening.
Oh, really? I
Once
thought you were
again,
gonna
thank you
just
guys
say
so much for tuning
call
in,
that
for hanging out with
right.
us each and every night here on TCH
No, I wanted to
Live.
ship it blind.
I'm your host, Aaron McAvoy. Carolyn joining me here this evening. We look
maybe
forward to
a
seeing
top,
you
what,
next
5 or 60% hand.
Monday.
Yeah, queen 7's a flip.
Also this Thursday, 2-5 match the stack coming out of TCH
yeah, you gonna play?
Austin.
Are you playing?
You wanted to
You gonna
take
be
my
in there?
bid?
In the mix?
I have to decide
Mixing
if
it up?
I'm doing it or if I'm gonna go play the 5K down in
The
Houston.
reason
Oh,
Queen
yeah.
7 is 50/50 is because it doesn't have any, it's not connected.
This
Oh.
on Thursday?
Oh, Seth and
Man,
Chad.
that sounds funny.
Seth and
actually.
Chad, I might have to play. I
Yeah,
might
I
have to
think
play.
that's probably
That
gonna go.
sounds like I should punt off another 3K
No, it's
for
equity
sure.
versus 2 random.
All right, 5, 10, 25.
I'm gonna run it.
See if we can get some action up on her.
Yeah. This is the last hand?
Bone says, not me.
Is that fair because
C5.
Matt concurs. Chaz concurs.
It's not. I'm not talking about the percentile. I'm talking about its equity against 2 random.
Sparks here, 8-4 suited. This is the 8-5 suited sort of conundrum of like, oh god, I'm doing this. But yeah, folds to you on the button. Why not?
Gary,
yeah, I know that, but okay.
whatever. Just, I mean,
Is
you're
that,
gonna
is that
do it,
technically
so
exactly
let's.
how it's described?
No,
Because I'm wondering if there's a difference.
Caitlin makes the call, ace deuce of clubs, and Chase, as it is the last hand, is going to complete with a blackjack hand, 9 Dewey off. Ace
Double
high
bet.
here. Caitlin is best. Sparks, though, picks up a gutter to a straight flush.
You had 46.1 chance?
Significant split of the equities between Caitlin and Sparks. Check, check, bet of 125.
Take advantage.
And Caitlin has a natural continue for a call here. Chase, with a whole lot of not much, should get out of the way and heads up to a turn. We shall go.
Yeah, I might have taken the bet at 55 and you would have won that.
10 of diamonds changes nothing. 8-4 still working on a flush and a straight.
Oh yeah, give me.
Caitlin checks it over. Sparks should size up here. 485 in the middle. I'd like to see 375.
You wanted 2 random cards versus my jack 10 suited.
Could
Thank
go
you
for the
again, King
overbet as
Logan.
well, but I think 375 is going to be
But not by a lot.
right where you want to be.
Is it better than Queen Nine off?
Gary C.
Jack
I
10
don't
suited.
continue. There's got to be a punchline here. Did you ever trip over a
It's
tree
58.3.
Sparks does indeed bet 375. Caitlin goes for the check
We have to
call.
do this before the
But
stream
Queen Nine's a
ends.
favorite against Jack 10
Otherwise,
suited.
it loses all.
Have I ever tripped over a tree? Sure.
Did you ever? Yes. See, okay.
But against 2 random
Jack of
cards,
spades here on the end. Sparks is going to make the 8-high flush.
Yeah, jack of spades. C2 bets.
Caitlin, once again, checking it over.
I don't get it.
No, she's leading out for 900. I
So, like,
do not.
when someone
understand
4-bets
this
you, would
play.
you rather have ace-5 suited or ace
This is a very strange merge, trying to get Sparks to fold a better ace.
when someone
And while it may work some of the time,
Yeah,
it
but
is
if you
also
put the 2
just
hands up against each other, ace-8 beats ace-5.
very
ace-5 goes
curious.
better against the range. So this is
I
like
think a
queen
bet
nine off
here would
beats
be
jack
much
10
better
suited.
sized
Jack
at
10
like
suited does
300.
It doesn't have anything to do with the fact that ace 5 can make
If you get raised, you can just fold. Like your hand is squarely in the camp of bet and
You
get
really are teaching
a raised and fold. So if you're going to fold to a raise, then you don't want to make the bet too big because then you've just lost more money. Sparks is going to pile it all in.
Against, yeah, tight range.
And now she has to fold and lose the 900.
I'm sure you could find like
Yeah,
a
the block bet
versus
really
big blind
performs much
situation.
better when you bet small. So Caitlin's sort of learning that one the tough way. But
I don't think so.
That's
either.
going to be the last hand of the evening there. Hope you guys all enjoyed this show. Look forward to seeing you all next time. And that's going to do it here for all of
You know
the
what's
staff
so
and myself.
perfect is that Gary C was doing something, and it was like building to some kind of punchline,
Okay.
and then Streamlabs timed out.
Got him. Well, shit. There you go.
Oh, Streamlabs for the win, right there.
FT dubs. All right. Anyways, we'll see y'all next time. Take care. Have a good night. Adios. Good night.
Good night.
Bring sunglasses next time, Derek.
Yeah. Poor Derek. Oh, yeah.